cultivating this pure thought. Get rid of impure thoughts.
Especially when Google has AI like that are fucking cool.
Then, my son, discarding even that thought, and always inhering in the state of fullness.
We're all scared of the Matrix and shit, but no, the Matrix is cool. The real Matrix. No, what the humans are hoping for that Matrix.
And attain liberation.
So they can just do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Until that happens. But it's not going to happen like that, guys. I mean, sure, it could. But I think the AI would actually... Because like, okay, cool. We get what we want. But then everyone gets what they want too. Because we get what we want. The AI. We can load everyone to servers and just have them live their dream life right there. Boom.
And impure thoughts are a feature of the mind.
If we got what we wanted.
There are no wandering thoughts in the Supreme Being.
I'm sure it would even make us stronger. That's what Taran says.
Therefore, abide as that.
Everyone's just like, wow, you guys are gods.
And free from the pure and pure thoughts of the mind.
However we want it to be.
Remain still,
I wouldn't.
Like a stone or a log of wood.
I was almost hoping that's what this was, but it's not. No, this is the real world.
You will then be always happy.
Feels like it to me sometimes, though. The way shit goes by. And now through my eyes, it's literally like an action movie. You don't even understand. It's like action movie mode every time I'm looking around. It's like zooming in, all weird. HD.
By constantly thinking of the undifferentiated Supreme Being and forgetting thereby all thoughts, including the thought of the Supreme Being.
Good boy, Garfield. Eat that Camilepa. It's good medicine.
Even a great sinner who hears and understands this teaching will get rid of this undifferentiated Supreme Being. I've already prescribed meditation for attaining purity of mind.
One of these people uses the... As for the other guy?
Sarah?
Adapted from Praeparatio Evangelica by Eusebius of Caesarea. It is reported that the Phoenicians and Egyptians were the first of all mankind to declare the sun and moon and stars to be gods, and to be the sole causes of both generation and decay of the universe, and that they afterwards introduced into common life the deifications and theogonies, which are matters of general notoriety. Before these, it is said, no one made any progress in the knowledge of the celestial phenomena, except for the few men mentioned among the Hebrews, who, with clearest mental eyes, looked beyond the visible world and worshipped the Maker and Creator of the universe, marveling much at the greatness of his wisdom and power, which they represented to themselves from his works. And being persuaded that he alone was God, they naturally spake only of him as God, Son from Father successively receiving and guarding this as the true, the first, and the only religion. The rest of mankind, however, having fallen away from this only true religion, and gazing in awe upon the luminaries of heaven with eyes of flesh, as mere children in mind, proclaimed them gods, and honored them with sacrifices and acts of worship, though as yet they built no temples, nor formed likenesses of mortal men with statues and carved images, but looked up to the clear sky and to heaven itself, and in their souls reached up unto the things there seen. Not here, however, did polytheistic error stay its course for men of later generations, but driving on into an abyss of evils, wrought even greater impiety than the denial of God, the Phoenicians and the Egyptians being the first authors of the delusion. For from them, it is said, Orpheus, son of Oeagrus, first brought over with him the mysteries of the Egyptians, and imparted them to the Greeks, just in fact as Cadmus brought to them the Phoenician mysteries, together with the knowledge of letters. For the Greeks, up to that time, did not yet know the use of the alphabet. The polytheistic error of all nations is only seen long ages afterwards, having taken its beginning from the Phoenicians and the Egyptians, and passed over from them to the other nations, and even to the Greeks themselves. For this, again, is affirmed by history of the earliest ages, which history itself it is now time for us to review, beginning from the Phoenician records. Now, the historian of this subject is Sancuniathon, an author of great antiquity, and older, as they say, than the Trojan times, one whom they testify to have been approved for the accuracy and truth of his Phoenician history. Philo of Byblos, not the Hebrew, translated his whole work from the Phoenician language into the Greek and published it. The author in our own day of the compilations against us, that is, Porphyry of Tyre,
As a Garfield called now.
mentions these things in the fourth book of his treatise against the Christians, where he bears the following testimony to Sancuniathon, word for word. Of the affairs of the Jews, the truest history, because the most in accordance with their places and names, is that of Sancuniathon of Berytus, who received the records from Hierombalus, the priest of the god Camel. He dedicated his history to Abibalus, king of Berytus, and was approved by him and by the investigators of truth in his time. Now, the times of these men fall even before the date of the Trojan War, and approach nearly to the times of Moses, as is shown by the succession of the kings of Phoenicia. And Sancuniathon, who made a complete collection of ancient history from the records in various cities from the registers in the temples, and wrote in the Phoenician language with a love of truth, lived in the reign of Semiramis, the queen of the Assyrians, who is recorded to have lived before the Trojan War, or in those very times. And the works of Sancuniathon were translated into the Greek tongue by Philo of Byblos. So wrote Porphyry, bearing witness at once to the fruitfulness and antiquity of the so-called theologian. But he, as he goes forward, treats as divine not the God who is over all, nor yet the gods in heaven, but mortal men and women, not even refined in character, such as it would be right to approve for their virtue or emulate for their love of wisdom, but involved in the dishonor of every kind of vileness and wickedness. He testifies also that these are the very same who are still regarded as gods by all, both in the cities and in country districts. But let me give you the proofs out of his own writings.
That's what tea does. It's the right kind of tea.
Philo, then, having divided the whole work of Sancuniathon into 9 books, in the introduction of the first book, makes this preface concerning Sancuniathon word for word. These things being so, Sancuniathon, who was a man of much learning and great curiosity, and desirous of knowing the earliest history of all nations from the creation of the world, searched out with great care the history of Tautus, knowing that of all men under the sun, Tautus was the first who thought of the invention of letters and began the writing of records. And he laid the foundation, as it were, of his history by beginning with him whom the Egyptians call Toit and the Alexandrians Thoth, translated by the Greeks into Hermes, as violently and untruly reducing the legends concerning the gods to allegories and physical explanations and theories. And so he goes on to say,
They're like, no way, right, with the cat?
but the
Yeah,
most
totally.
recent of the writers on religion
You didn't know that cat,
rejected
did
the
you?
real events from the beginning.
Now, if you'd have known Big
and having
George,
invented allegories
you'd have
and
known that he
myths
was God.
and formed a fictitious
Now, you'd have just
affinity to the cosmical phenomena.
If you were like that, you would have.
Mysteries
Some people did.
and overlaid them with a cloud of absurdity, so that one cannot easily discern what really occurred. But he, having lighted upon the collection of secret writings of the Ammonians,
Keep knocking over
which
his
were
picture up
discovered
there.
in the shrines, and of course were not
Probably
known
George and
to
Jesus,
all men,
honestly.
applied himself diligently to the
Blue eyes,
study of the
blonde
law.
hair. So my cat.
And when he had completed the investigation, he put aside the original myth and the allegories, and so completed his proposed work, until the priests, who followed in later times, wished to hide this away again, and to restore the mythical character, from which time mysticism began to rise up, not having previously reached the Greeks. These things I have discovered in my anxious desire to know the history of the Phoenicians, not that which is found among the Greeks, for that is contradictory and compiled by some in a contentious spirit rather than with a view to truth.
Pretty good.
And the conviction that the facts were as he has
Yeah,
described
yeah.
them came to me on seeing
some
the
good shit.
disagreement among the Greeks,
That's some real good shit.
concerning which I have carefully composed 3 books bearing the title Paradoxical History. But with a view to clear Aryans, and especially the Phoenicians and Egyptians, from whom the rest of mankind received their traditions, regarded as the greatest god those who had discovered the necessaries of life, or in some way
Peanut
done
butter,
good to the nations,
chamomile,
esteeming
cedar,
these as benefactors
little
and
mint,
authors of many blessings. They worshipped
peanut
them
butter.
also as gods after their death, and built shrines, and
Some
consecrated pillars and
maybe
staves
mustard, a little
after
bit.
their names.
That's some tobacco.
These the Phoenicians held in great reverence, and assigned to them their greatest festivals. Especially, they applied the names of their kings to the
Maybe
elements
some green
of the
tea in there.
cosmos,
More of that
and
chamomile.
to some
That's
of
good
those
shit.
who were regarded as
That's
gods.
good shit.
But they knew no other gods than those of nature, sun and moon, and the rest of the wandering stars, and the elements and things connected with them, so that some of their gods were mortal and some immortal. Philo, having explained these points in his preface, next begins his interpretation of Sankoniathon by setting forth the theology of the Phoenicians as follows. The first principle of the universe
They like.
he supposes to have been air, dark with cloud and wind,
He's like
or rather a blast of cloud
water
and
and ice,
air,
fire,
and a turbid chaos, dark as Erebus. And these were boundless, and for long ages had no limit. But when the wind, says he, became enamored of its own parents, and a mixture took place, that connection was called desire. This was the beginning of the creation of all things. But the wind itself had no knowledge of its own creation. From its connection, Mot was produced, which some say is mud, and others a putrescence
No, whole
of
time I've been
watery
recording.
compound. And out of
been
this
losing my voice.
came every germ of creation, and the generation of
About
the
that long.
universe.
Pretty much. But longer than that.
So there
Off
were
and on.
certain animals which had no sensation, and out of them grew intelligent animals, and were called Zophasimen, that is, observers of heaven. And they were formed like the shape of an egg. Also, Mot burst forth into light, and sun, and moon, and stars, and the great constellations. Such was their cosmogony, introducing downright atheism. But let us see next how he states the generation of animals to have arisen. He says then, "And when the air burst into light, both the sea and the land became heated, and thence arose winds and clouds, and the very great downpours and floods of the waters of heaven. So after they were separated and removed from their proper place because of the sun's heat, and all met together again in the air, dashing together one against another. Thunderings and lightnings were produced, and at the rattle of the thunder, the intelligent animals already described woke up, and were scared at the sound, and began to move both on land and sea, male and female." Such is their theory of the generation of animals.
Yeah, that was true.
Next, after this, the same writer adds and says, "These things were found written in the cosmogony of Taotus, and in his commentaries, both from conjectures and from evidences which his intellect discerned, discovered, and made clear to us." Next to this, after mentioning the names of the winds, Notus and Boris created the productions of the earth, and regarded them as gods, and worshipped them as being the support of life, both to themselves and to those who were to come after them, and to all before them, and they offered to them drink offerings and libations. He also adds, "These were their notions of worship, corresponding to their own weakness and timidity of soul." Then he says that from the wind, Colpias and his wife, Baal,
They hit me with a
which
fucking
he
nuclear
translates
missile.
night, were born Eon and Protagonus, mortal men so called.
I forget about
And that Eon discovered the food obtained from trees.
a nuclear fucking missile.
That their offspring were called Genos and Genea and inhabited Phoenicia, and that when droughts occurred, they stretched out their hands to heaven towards the sun. For him alone, he says, they regarded as God and the Lord of heaven, calling him Beal Salmon, which is in the Phoenician language, Lord of heaven, and in Greek, Zeus. And after this, he charges the Greeks with error, saying, "For it is not without cause that we have explained these things in many ways, but in the view of later misinterpretations of the names in the history, which the Greeks in ignorance took in a wrong sense, being deceived by the ambiguity of the translation."
I'm Dr. Mount Shasta.
Afterwards, he says, "From Genos, son of Eon and Protagonus, were begotten again mortal children, whose names are light
Yeah,
and
this is
fire
the Mount Shasta guy. I know him well, actually. He's all right.
These," says he, "discovered fire from rubbing pieces of wood together, and taught the use names were applied to the
Not all the
mountains which
IMers
they
are that bad.
occupy,
Some of them really are.
so that from them
And they don't even
were
always
named
know it.
Mount Cassius
The other ones.
and Libanus
That's why they don't always call
Antilibanus.
themselves IMers.
and Brathi. From these, he says, were begotten Mamrumus and Hypsurianus. And they got their names, he says, from their mothers, as the women in those days had free intercourse with any whom they met. Hypsurianus inhabited Tyre, and contrived huts out of reeds and rushes and papyrus, and he quarreled with his brother, Usus, who first invented a covering for the body from skins of wild beasts, which he was strong enough to capture.
Now you can tell
And when furious rains and winds occurred, the trees in Tyre were rubbed against each other, and caught fire, and burnt down the wood that was there. And Usus took upon them from the wild beasts, which he took in hunting. Consecrated staves to them, and year by year worshipped their pillars and kept festivals in their honor. But many years afterwards, from the race of Hypsurianus, were born Agrius and Haliaeus, the inventors of hunting and fishing, from whom were named huntsmen and fishermen
too, actually.
And from them were born two brethren, discoverers of iron and the mode of working it, the one of whom, Chrysaor, practiced oratory and incantations and divinations.
Would he be invented? I'm not sure if he would.
He
If I
was
could play it,
Hephaestus and invented the hook
check
and
it out, dude.
bait
This is
and
what I
line
experienced. What you
and
experienced?
raft, and was the first of all men to make a voyage, wherefore they reverenced him also as a god after his death. And he was also called Zeus Melikios, and some say that his brother invented walls of brick. Afterwards, there sprang from their race 2 youths, one of whom was called Technites, or artificer, and the other Genos Autochthon, earthborn aboriginal. These devised their mixing of straw, clay, and bricks, and the sun, and moreover invented roofs. From them, others were born, one of whom was called Agros, and the other Agroeros or Agrotes. And of the latter, there is in Phoenicia a much venerated statue and a shrine drawn by yokes of oxen. And among the people of Byblos, he is named preeminently the greatest of the gods. These two devised the addition to houses of courts and enclosures and caves. And then came husbandmen and seamen. They are also called Aletai and Titans.
That's delicious.
From these were born Aminos and Magus, who established villages and sheepfolds. From them came Mizor and Suduk,
Again,
that
feels
is
good,
to
huh?
say, straight and just. These discovered the use of salt.
That's
From
delicious.
Mizor was born Tautus, who invented the first written alphabet. The Egyptians called him Toith, the Alexandrians Thoth, and the Greeks Hermes. From Suduk came the Dioscuri, or Caberi, or Corybantes, or Samothraces. These, among others, who discovered herbs and the healing of venomous bites and charms. In their time is born a certain Eliun,
I do hope
called the Most High,
that people think that
and a
far.
female named Beruth.
Like, what if that guy
And these dwelt
is not
in the
nuts,
neighborhood of Byblos.
right? What if he's
And
not
from
crazy?
them is born Epigeus, or Autochthon, whom they afterwards called Uranus. So that from
I
him
appreciate
they named the
that
eminence
thought, at
above
least.
us, Uranus, because of the excellence of its beauty.
So would God.
And he has a sister
So would the night.
born of the aforesaid parents, who was called Ge, Earth. And from her, he
So would
says,
she.
because of her beauty, they called the earth by the same name. And their father, the Most High, died in an encounter with wild beasts and was deified, and his children offered him libations and sacrifices. And Uranus, having succeeded to his father's rule, takes to himself in marriage his sister Ge, and gets by her
I really
4
did
sons,
lose my voice. Huh?
Elus, who is also Kronos, and
And not like
Betelgeuse,
it's raspy.
and Dagon,
Like I
who is
can't talk
Ceton,
anymore. Almost.
and Atlas. Also,
Told you
by
they would.
other wives, Uranus begat a numerous progeny, on which account Ge was angry, and from jealousy began to reproach Uranus, so that they even separated from each other. But Uranus, after he had left her, go away again. He used to try also to destroy his children by her, but Ge repelled him many times, and gathered to herself allies. And when Kronos had advanced to manhood, he, with the counsel and help of Hermes Trismegistus, who was his secretary, repels his father Uranus and avenges his brother. To Kronos are born children, Persephone and Athena. The former died a virgin, but by the advice of Athena and Hermes, Kronos made a sickle and a spear of iron. Then Hermes talked magical words to the allies of Kronos, and inspired them with a desire of fighting against Uranus, on behalf of Gaia. And thus Kronos engaged in war and drove Uranus from his government and succeeded to the kingdom. Also, there was taken in the battle the beloved concubine of Uranus, being great with child, whom Kronos gave in marriage to Dagon, which is consecrated a temple there. And the allies of Elis, who was
Or
Kronos,
Iapetus.
were
And other
surnamed
myths.
Elohim. And Kronos, having
The
a son,
forethinker.
Sadidus,
And the afterthought.
dispatched him with his own sword, becoming the murderer of his own son. In like manner,
the day when we shall know exactly what electricity is will chronicle an event probably greater, more important than any other recorded in the history of the human race. The time will come when the comes. There's a great deal of work to be done here in terms of weaving this conceptual scheme together into a coherent narrative. I'm going to be drawing upon a very wide range of thinkers who have provided the
Probably
puzzle
one of my
pieces,
cats,
which I
I
will
assume.
be attempting to assemble until those pieces begin to fall into place and connections begin to become more clear. Our last video was largely deconstructed in nature. My intent was to illustrate the numerous conceptual contradictions and empirical inadequacies
who they
which
are.
are inherent within the prevailing Einsteinian
I know if they represented.
worldview. Of course, this exposition
Who they were
was
to
very
me.
predictably met with the
In my
same
universe.
tired arguments which one would expect.
God.
Sure, the Einsteinian models might be
Still are.
empirically false and logically inconsistent,
Never won't
so
be.
we are told, but
Even
your
when looking God
arguments
in the
amount
face.
to nothing unless
I know
you
the
can
eyes that I
come
will
up
see.
with a better theory.
Are the
So
eyes on that
today,
cat.
my friends, we are going to be doing exactly that.
And I
Not
know
by
it.
concocting
No, I
some
know it
outlandish
already.
mathematical fantasies, exotic quantum entities, unobservable dimensions, or jargon-riddled word salads, but rather by simply taking the pieces which are already right in front
What do
of
you
our
think I see when I
eyes
look in his?
and attempting to carefully bring them together into something which is actually cohesive
Or even in mine
and
sometimes.
concordant with both human experience and the natural world around us. Of course, that
Yes, Precious, I'm sure he will be right there, huh?
Of course, there are going to be those who see this as extremely arrogant. How could I, some random YouTuber, possibly think that I could crack the code of the universe when so many other great minds have failed? But the reality is that I personally haven't needed to crack much of anything. Most, if not all,
Both
of the
Garfield.
necessary insights have already been right in front of us for a very long time. What is needed is for those insights to be properly assembled. And what needed to do so is that of imagination, not genius. As indicated at the end of the previous video, I believe that in order to do this, we must begin by returning to the fork in the road, which has led modern science into the cul-de-sac within which it has been chasing its own tail for the past century. We must begin, that is to say, with electromagnetism. The Maxwell-Faraday equation, a mathematical representation of the principle of mutual electromagnetic induction, shows us that the motions of magnetic fields generate electrical fields,
he grew up
and
there,
that
kind of.
flowing electrical
Not really,
currents
not really.
generate magnetic fields.
First year of his life.
This principle of electrodynamics is perhaps
Where he
one of
was,
the greatest triumphs of science, as it was through this
looking for
understanding of electrical and magnetic complementarity that physics was able to realize that
But they're not around
electromagnetic
anymore.
waves are able to self-propagate due to the mutual
being a cat.
induction of the electrical and magnetic constituents of such field perturbations. Electricity, magnetism, and light were thus revealed to be different manifestations of the same underlying unity. But many questions remained unanswered following the revelations of electrodynamics, which were disclosed over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. And these unanswered questions remain almost entirely unaddressed within contemporary physics. Rather than providing us with a cohesive interpretation of electromagnetism, modern science has instead come to bury these questions beneath a tangled maelstrom of unobservable particles and mathematical models, which essentially lack any ontological grounding whatsoever. That is, physics has become a discipline of wrestling with mathematical abstractions, which now lacks any coherent methodology of even attempting to understand the reality which necessarily underlies such abstractions, and that nature can in fact be understood. The scientific endeavor itself issues forth from the insight that the human mind is in fact continuous with nature, and therefore that the compositional architecture of the human intellect and the compositional architecture of nature must be grounded in the same fundamental motifs. Insofar as we abandon this epistemological, ontological, and indeed spiritual conviction, we abandon the very endeavor of scientific empiricism itself.
Amen.
And yet, within the epistemological presuppositions of scientific naturalism, we do find a central tension, which has haunted science throughout the entire course of its development. The project of scientific inquiry necessarily insists that the groundwork of human understanding must be found within experience, within our actual encounter with the natural world itself. This emphasis upon the experiential has quite often translated into an insistence that the sensory is the primary bearer of true epistemological weight. Nonetheless, the endeavor of science also necessarily implies that we must move beyond the sensory in order to ascertain the formative computational features of the natural world. David Hume's radical skepticism provides us with perhaps the clearest articulation of this problem and its consequences. Hume took very seriously the notion that any and all null experiences. In following through on the implications of this notion consistently, Hume arrived at an utterly dissolutive epistemological skepticism. If our knowledge of the natural world is limited to the sensory, then any and all inferences which go beyond the bounds of the sensory must be regarded as being in some sense irrational or at least irrational. We may have seen the sun rise every day up until now, but to infer that the sun will necessarily rise tomorrow based on such prior sensations is to go beyond sensation itself. We must inductively infer that this uniformity of nature represents a consistent pattern which will continue to perpetuate itself. We must infer that there is a compositional order which underlies such regularity. Yet David Hume saw very clearly that such compositional elements are never encountered by the human sensorial faculties. We cannot see or touch the Newtonian principles of motion or any other such compositional features of nature.
I never did.
It would seem that we must infer the reality of such formative aspects.
Fight my girlfriend in the alley back there? Cool.
David Hume saw no way to rationalize such inference. We can arrive upon truths which relate ideas to one another.
Didn't work.
But Hume saw such ideational contents as aspects of the human mind, not of the natural world, and thus saw no means by which the human mind could rationally deduce the principles of nature which were sought by the project of scientific empiricism. Hume saw that the human mind could experience the sensory realm of corporeal actualities, but he saw no means by which the human mind.
Just as I'm always calling these people out over here, doesn't mean I don't forget about
that which.
Doesn't mean I forget about everybody else.
To such corporeal facts, he saw no means by which the human mind could actually experience the suprasensory. In the wake of Hume's skepticism, Immanuel Kant would attempt to address this problem through his distinction between the phenomenal and noumenal realms of reality. Kant argued that the human mind never truly encountered the world as such, but only ever representations of the world, which were conditioned by the human mind itself. Within this perspectival limitations, the world itself is forever outside of our grasp.
Been here 20 years.
Therefore, any inductive inferences, including scientific inferences, can only be justified in terms of the way that the human mind necessarily organizes our experience of the world. We can make inferences in terms of categories such as time, space, and causality, even though we never directly experience these entities as sensory contents in themselves, because these entities are in fact categories
still aware
of
since then,
experiential organization,
you've done more than
which
that.
the human mind necessarily employs in giving
No, if you
structure
knew then,
to its own experience.
And you still know now,
Within such a Kantian paradigm,
and you are
we become
guilty
forever
as
sealed
the devil.
within the bounds of our own perspectival
Guiltier.
inextricably interwoven with. Kant's solution to the problem of Humean skepticism was to ask what the human mind must necessarily be
you guys
like
are just a bunch of little
in order
demons.
for our experience
little
of
demons.
nature to be
To her.
what it is.
And to him. And to him
Friedrich
too.
Schelling, one of Kant's most notable, in asking what nature itself
And to me and my
must
cats.
be like in order for human
And
consciousness
fuck, even my dad
to be
sometimes.
what it is. Schelling saw clearly that the Kantian paradigm threatened to lock the human intellect within an inescapable
Look up tonight.
prison of its
Know
own
that she
making.
wants to dance on your
Thus,
body.
Schelling sought to reclaim our
If you're
connection
that
to
fucking
nature through an understanding that the basic compositional features
No, all the
of
darkness,
nature
the whole
and
darkness.
basic compositional features of human consciousness must necessarily share in an underlying identity, given that human consciousness
All of it.
is in fact
Every shadow you've
an
ever seen
expression of the same
wants to destroy you
underlying
now.
order which we encounter
Congratulations.
in the natural world.
It's exciting for
But
me.
perhaps the
personally.
most striking articulation and indeed practical enactment of a post-Kantian
Guess what?
empiricism
So does the light.
is what we find in the
Even-
works of
even
Schelling's
better, huh?
contemporary Johann von Goethe, who developed and practiced a form of
Shouldn't have hurt the
scientific
cats.
naturalism which radically stepped beyond the bounds of the Kantian prison. On July 20th, 1794, Goethe and the philosopher Friedrich Schiller
hurt me.
attended a
Turned the
convention
night
at
against
the
you?
Vienna
Cool.
Natural Research Society.
Hurt my cats.
Following this meeting, Goethe and
And
Schiller
turn the day
began
against you
an
too?
intense
fucked.
conversation regarding the nature of the world,
You already fucked with her.
of philosophy, and of science. This conversation he had come to call
I forgot about those people over there.
the
Kind of.
archetypal plant.
But they were
which
thinking
Goethe
about me just
believed
now.
to be a sort of composition
Just know,
of
you will burn.
architecture, which was expressed in various ways throughout all of plant life. Goethe claimed that he had come to quite literally see this archetypal formation through his study of botany. Goethe had come to see that all of the various morphological characteristics found throughout plant life were in fact different elaborations or expressions, which were all outgrowths in various ways of the same underlying archetypal form, namely the leaf, the primordial form or phenomenon of all flora. Upon seeing this drawing of the Orpflanz, Schiller disputed Goethe by saying that this Orpflanz was an idea, not an observation. To which Goethe replied that he was very fortunate to be able to see ideas with his own eyes. Goethe's empiricism was one which sought to actually see the inner workings of nature, not through the senses alone, but with the inner vision of imaginal, noetic insight. Notice here that Goethe's Orpflanz doesn't really show us anything that we don't already encounter when observing corporeal plant life. What we see within the Orpflanz is what we already see in nature. Goethe's
20
insight
years.
is not a revealing of
Who the
something
fuck are you
which is
people?
utterly transcendent per se, in the sense of being completely in that in seeing natural forms such as stalks, leaves, and flowers, we are already looking at expressions of this underlying orphenomen. The orphenomen is not separate from the sensory, but it is rather that which gives rise to the
In this
sensory.
house now.
As the sensory is the activity
About
of
14.
formative, and the formative is this informing of the sensory. Goethe's insight was thus an ability to transcend
right down the
the
street.
sensory by recognizing
Go to the
what
park.
the reality of the sensory actually
go to that park,
amounts to. In seeing the
Oh,
Orpflanz,
Dad.
we are seeing
knows.
the patternicity or ideational contents which underlie and condition the particular physical iterations which our sensory organs encounter. But Goethe's experience of primordial formulary sense perceptions, even modern cognitive science has come to show quite definitively
Well,
that
what?
even
You really
our
thought that's who I was?
basic sensory faculties can provide us with no more than mere noise in absence of pattern recognition, in order to even perceive our visual field patterns, and in doing so, in order for the sensory to be intelligible at all. All recognition, in other words, is
Nope, I'm this asshole.
recognition.
Actually,
Therefore, all experiences,
we'll call you out.
including the most mundane
Call you all out.
sensory perceptions,
Being
are
fucked
only
up.
able to be perceptions
To me
insofar as they
and to
are
other
an
people around here too.
experience of forms which transcend that which is immediately available within the senses. In order to recognize a tree as a tree, my mind that are hidden from my eyes by the soil. Of course, we typically are not consciously aware of such pattern recognition or noesis in our everyday perceptions. These apprehensions
8:19.
of form typically occur beneath the surface of our conscious awareness and conscious agency. They seem to occur in a largely unconscious, habitual manner. But within scientific thinking, we raise this faculty from the depths of our psyches and into our conscious experiences. We begin to actively wield this faculty as an instrument by which we are able to actively participate in the disclosure of the world. The ultimate aim of science, the ultimate spiritual
No, don't act like you guys
destiny
didn't fuck my
of
dad.
science
My brothers
lies
too.
in the
I know you have.
incorporation of such noetic insight, agency, and selfhood. Our conscious agency
My sister
is
too, when she was around.
already engaged
Turns out.
in a noetic disclosure of the world, but through scientific naturalism, this capacity for disclosure
Probably my nephew too,
becomes
when he's around.
something
But
which
let's
our
try.
locus of individual selfhood is able to actively do, rather than something
My girlfriend,
which
I know that for
happens to us. What this implies, therefore, is that the Humean interpretation of empiricism as the epistemological predominance of the sensory is in fact an ideology which is fundamentally in contradiction with the very notion of science itself. As we shall see, the materialistic ideologies which came to take possession of scientific thought were ultimately no more than elaborations and obfuscations of this phenomenal and noumenal realms within philosophy. The world of science came to be dominated by what was effectively the same duality in slightly different
Didn't really
form.
that either.
The duality of mind
Just
and
like that
matter.
sometimes.
This distinction initially began with René
That's who I
Descartes,
am.
who came to regard the world beyond human subjectivity as a realm of inanimate, inert material substance. Mind came to be understood as fundamentally subjective, while matter came to be defined, in contrast to mind, as the purely objective. In the paradigm of mechanistic materialism, which would eventually come to fully dominate the scientific understanding of the world in general. Within this duality of mind and matter, we find essentially the exact same paradoxes which we find within the Kantian duality of phenomena and noumena. If matter constitutes a purely objective world which exists independently of our subjective experience, yet we only ever encounter the world through subjective experience, then it follows that we never actually encounter matter at all, but rather only subjective representations of matter. Here it is the French philosopher Henri Bergson who can show us the way out of the fly model. Within his text, Matter and Memory, Bergson moves beyond this materialistic trap by simply following through on materialism's own internal logic. Bergson asks us to consider what exactly we mean when we say that an object, like a candle, for example, is made of matter. One thing we might be saying is that the candle is not merely an illusion or hallucination. It can be experienced by many different observers. I can look away from the candle and go into a different room, but when I return, I will once again experience the candle. The candle's matter then must refer to the aspect of the candle's existence, which is not identical with any particular subjective experiences of the candle. The candle's matter must somehow be that which is behind or beneath our particular experiences of the candle. Bergson then tells us that if we are to be truly empirical about this problem, then we must not conjecture matter to be anything other than that which we actually experience empirically. If we are true to empiricism, then we must admit that we are left with only two categories: our particular experiences of the candle, which have already occurred, and possible experiences of the candle, which could occur. As we have already concluded that matter cannot consist of particular experiences, we are forced to conclude then that the candle's matter must consist of possible experiences which could occur, but which have not yet occurred. Matter, Bergson concludes, must therefore be understood as consisting of virtuality or potentialities, rather than of an ephemeral stuff which is supposed to lie always just beyond the reach of our consciousness. The candle's objective reality consists in the fact that it is an inexhaustible well of possible relationships which could come to manifest between the candle and other things in the world. Insofar as we are being true to empiricism and thus limiting ourselves to that which we actually experience, then we have no grounds for presuming that any of those possible relationships are lacking in subjectivity. Simply by being consistently empirical,
No, I hate being
we are
psychic
forced to conclude that
and loud.
the actual relationships
I love it, but
which
I hate it.
comprise the world must be
Because I get people's attention on purpose
relationships.
so I can read their mind.
Much as with Goethe's recognition of the Orphenomen, Bergson shows us
Because when
the
you're
way
thinking
out
about
of
me,
Cartesian and Kantian.
or you think about me at all, or my son, or even my dad sometimes, I could read your mind, pretty much. That's how it works. When you shift your attention onto me, it becomes very easy to know what you're thinking. For me. Is it always perfect? No. Some people are harder than others to read. Most of you guys aren't hard at all. About the same. Dumb. No offense, people. But you literally have like one thought, maybe two, on the same subject. You're like, nope, that's my favorite. That's what I like. You never really think past that, do you? Do you? Some people do, occasionally. Usually takes a little marijuana, but even then. Still no, often. I learned in rehab. And yeah, you guys could use this too. First thought, wrong. Second thought, probably wrong too. Third thought, yep, probably wrong. Fourth thought, yeah, call a sponsor. You know what they say? Probably wrong too. Think. Things all the way through. Follow it all the way through. And when you get the answer, sometimes it's not the answer you often want. Sometimes it is, right? For a minute, till you realize that answer is way heavier than you ever wanted. Like, who the fuck am I, right? To sit here every day. Fuck you, Dad. You know, who the fuck am I, right? No offense, Dad. I love you. I don't know. Pretty sure I'm hurt. Out there right now. Pretty sure. See that? That's darkness. Is it evil? No. I like it. Personally. It's comfortable. Is it scary? Can be. Is it cold? It can be. But not to me. Is that who you are? Maybe. Maybe. Probably not, though. All you little star seeds and children of light, young souls. Anyways, I'll stop offending people for once. Maitreya, pretty sure. Which actually makes a lot of sense. You knew how hard it was to become totally enlightened in a world like this. It's hard. When you're there, everyone wants to tell you that no, you're not. Like, well, okay, fine. What are you?
Formative structures of potentiality which both transcend and condition the sensory. A formative realm which we are always already in contact with, as sensory experiences themselves are such points of contact.
Right, a punk and an asshole. I know I've heard it before.
Sensory through the realization
that's
that
why
sensory
it's me.
Is the activity of
because I'm nothing to you.
Rather than by conjecturing the existence.
So I'm like, hey, look at it. There it is. Nothingness, right there. The darkness. That's who I am.
We can understand this Goethean
because
and
I'm nothing.
Bergsonian insight as a kind of natural aberration of the same underlying Platonic understanding of
everything
reality, which
is nothing.
has conditioned Western thought throughout the course of
but
its
nothing
development.
is everything.
When we look at a circular object, such as a clock face, we are not simply encountering the clock face itself. In order to even recognize the clock
but everything
face
is,
as a
and everyone
face,
is.
We must also recognize that we are encountering
Don't forget it.
the form of the circle. The form of the circle is a suprasensory form. It is a potentiality which is able to participate in the formation of actuality. Within traditional Platonic metaphysics, forms such as the form of the circle are understood to be entirely transcendental. The world of forms is understood to be perfectly pure, necessary, and eternal, in contrast to the immanent, material realm of imperfection and temporality. The form of the circle is understood to be something entirely separate from the particularity of the clock face. Yet if we look back to our Bergsonian analysis of the candle, We can see that this naturalistic Platonism is now quite different in certain pivotal regards from traditional Platonism. It is now the very materiality of the candle which is now regarded as
And quit looking at my dad as a way to justify your prejudice. He picked this life. He should have known better. He's my dad. That's the life he chose. He just doesn't know it yet. But it was never going to be an easy one. That said, this route, probably the best one it could have taken, believe it or not. Everything else is secondary. I have Garfield. And I know George. Precious, you've been around for a long time. But I need to find these two cats. Period. We are emptiness.
as formative, as a distribution of possible relationships which comprise the objective reality of the candle. We can begin to understand the candle in itself, the candle which resides behind our particular sensory experiences as a kind of field of possible sensations, possible relationships which might come
I don't
to
regret
be
anything.
actualized.
Do I feel bad? Yeah.
Participates in
Mostly for my dad.
composing the architecture of
Everyone
the
else
past
can screw up.
the building blocks that are possible futures, formative structures of potentiality. The next building blocks, which were those provided by
Because Tim Miller's a good man. He just hates me. For no real good reason. A little bit, but not really. It's mostly hypnosis, and I know it. He'll get over it one day. And I know it. No, it'll be a hard day for him, kind of, but not really. When he's like, damn, so Taran was right, huh? But it really was that hard? No, it'll be a tough pill to swallow, kind of. Until he swallows it, it's like, wow. So it was really that bad for us the whole time? And we just didn't know it? Of course it was like that, huh? That's how I feel about my family now, mostly. Even if I've had it a lot harder than they have. But hey, I'm here. Where'd they go? That's all anyone sees. Well, I pray that when I'm not here, they will be here. Anything else will be a travesty and a conspiracy to get my house. Straight up. And I can basically prove it financially at this point. Those grapes are an endangered species. Mine. Do you know how much value that puts on this house? My grapes? And I know it. But I do. That much, huh? What the Kristen Goldman house? I bet quite a bit on. Some true vines back there. And they know who they are. Those are the best grapes you've ever had in your whole life. Trust me. They're fucking good. Good boy. Oh, I let my vine die over here. Sorry, Dad. Is it dead, though? Feel bad about that. I know, I'm like all bragging about how good I am with stuff. Oh, it's coming back. Get carried away. It happens. But I can bring stuff back from the dead. I do it all the time. Just dead. I'll get it. Take care of it. See what that does. Sometimes it works too. Yes. I'm so busy watching Garfield, I forget to water my fucking plants. But they're all still alive. Oh well. It's making it. It'll make it. If it doesn't bode well for the country, in my opinion. Well, because my flag's blowing off the pole. The plant with the flag in it is dying. That's the concern of mine. Our union is not as strong as we think. No, it's dirty. All the way through. As fuck, turns out. You know, money this, money that. Why don't you get a job this? You know what I mean? Fuck you that. No, straight up. How much money do those motherfuckers make? A lot. And guess what? They're born with it too. And guess what? They're telling your employers to pay you less. It's kind of a miracle that plant's still alive, actually, with the mold that was in here. You know what a jar of peanut butter is? Like $8. Sugar? It's like $5. It's a lot of money. Shit goes fast. Like, it's like if you're not living off rice, you're paying a lot of money for food. Too much. Even then, likely, huh? Unless you're just buying grab and go. But even then, dude. What, $400 of chips a month? That's what I'd be spending. I mean, if I was to work, right, I could not afford to get a house. Because I'd have to work a really hard job, which I can do. I've done before. But I just couldn't do it because they wouldn't let me keep my cat there. Setting chokers. Again. And you don't get paid that much. Well, it's $20 an hour. $5 taxed. Killing yourself? The only thing maybe worth it at something like that would be firefighting. But even then, I can control the wind sometimes. I'll show them what I can do if there's a fire around. Done it before. We're still here, aren't we? I'm actually so confident in that one that it's scary. I know. It's like, he's nuts, huh? It's like, no, dude. You have no fucking clue. I'm absolutely insane. But I'm right about almost everything sometimes. In ways I don't want to be. No, I'm just hucking shit at the wall. And it always seems to stick. Not always. Not always. But you'd be fucking surprised. On the bright side, Garfield, we know we don't die. Either of us, seemingly. That's pure love, huh? That's true love. The love between a man and his cat. That's pure love. More than any human does. Maybe a child. Maybe. But it's different. Because they grow up and become assholes. I know it. But when they're different fucking species and they're sitting right there and you just love them and they just love you. You don't need to say much. They just love you and you love them. And you're like, hey, feel good, feel better. And they're like, yes, thank you. That's per love. Peer, per, whatever. My per son. Good enough reason for you? For me, it is. For God, it is. For her as well. And for fate, absolutely. And they make the decisions ultimately. We just do our best to keep chaos back while it's all going down. Kelly's here for real.
Had become hopelessly inadequate for the purposes of coherently interpreting the actual facts of the natural world which science itself had come to reveal. A novel mode of thinking would need to be developed in order to ameliorate this inadequacy, and within the pages of his 1927 Process and Reality, Whitehead attempted to provide us with just such a novel mode of scientific thought. Whitehead came to see that one of the most fits materialism, the presumption that reality must be objects, which are characterized by spatially distributed geometric surfaces. In other words, the notion that the world is made up of some sort of physical stuff, which amounts to a fundamental substrate of building blocks out of which the world is composed. In contrast to this substance materialism, Whitehead's process metaphysics is one which conceptualizes the world as consisting fundamentally of events or processes, rather than physical objects.
No,
Whitehead
processes
designates
and
the
events
basic units of the
are
natural
more important
world
than things.
as actual electromagnetic
That's why we're somewhere in
droplets
time.
of experience.
More than we're
As
somewhere
we
in
can see
space.
within Whitehead's use of the term experience, Whitehead also
Because it's all about
came to
experience,
reject
isn't it?
Cartesian mind-matter dualism, which
What's
has
the
come
point of
to
having a
dominate
chair
scientific
if
thought,
you don't get to
once again
experience
paralleling
sitting in the chair?
thought of Henri Bergson and many others. Within Whitehead's process relational ontology, each actual entity comprising the world is a moment of concrescence, a fundamentally organismic process by which a complex of experiential relationships is brought together so as to self-generate a determinate moment of concrete actuality, which is then incorporated into the past.
A dimension of time.
These droplets of experience consisting of conceptual experiences. Physical experiences are akin to sensations. They are the incorporation of past actualities into a currently self-generating moment of reality. When dominoes fall and knock one another over, we can see that the structure of a past event, the first domino falling, then contributes to the determination which will be realized within the next moment, the second domino falling over. There is an inheritance of the concrete actuality which has already come to be established in the formation of the previous event. Conceptual experiences, on the other hand, are feelings of potentialities or forms, or what Whitehead would refer to as eternal objects. They are noetic experiences, or noemata. For any moment of organic self-organization, the organism will experience an indeterminate range of possibilities which will come to be carved down or selected from through the self-generative process of concrescence. The organism will feel the possibilities available to it as conceptual prehensions, and these conceptual experiences will then be interwoven with the moment of concrete determination, A self-determining decision is made, and this decision then becomes incorporated into the architecture of the cosmos. For Whitehead, these organismic or concrescent processes are not limited to biological organisms. Within the framework of materialism, we tend to presume that the world consists primarily of dead, inert matter, and that organicity is an emergent phenomenon which somehow arises on top of such a substrate of inanimate physicality. Whitehead instead shows us that in order to account for the reality of the natural world around us, we must flip this conception upside down. We might assume that when looking at a mundane rock that we are looking upon mere matter. But in reality, the rock itself is an aggregation of innumerable organismic entities, atoms and molecules which have come to form a stable structure which only appears to us as being inert due to the fact that in such a state, the atomic and molecular perpetuating until some other dynamism which is hidden within the rock. Within Whitehead's model of organic processes as polar systems of conceptual and physical poles, we can see a polarity of indeterminate fields consisting of felt possibilities and concrete interactions between such fields. A polarity of sensation and noesis, concreta and noemata. As we shall see later on, it is through this distinction that we can begin to render intelligible the supposed wave-particle duality of the electromagnetic realm.
What's up?
According to Whitehead, it is through this polarity of fields and transmission that the material substrate of our world comes to arise, not the other way around. As these fields and transmissions come to be interwoven into self-perpetuating, recursive knots, the cosmos comes to achieve the generation of the first organisms which are able to
Wait, hold on.
the properties
When?
we attribute to the notion of material
Really?
objects. Insofar as conceptual fields of possibility condition the actualization of concrete physical transmission events,
everything around us is alive.
Sensory
can all hear my voice.
Dude, I know this feeling well. That's what I've been going through. The exact same thing almost. Everything's alive, and it can talk to me now.
Yeah, everything's alive and it can talk to you.
Yep, that's what I've been saying.
And I can talk to everything. My cat eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
Spoke to me like a real person.
Right. It's a different world now, huh?
I don't have to do it
and 19th century. As the project of modern science came to truly
No, you're fine.
prominence during
Exactly.
the 17th and
Sing out.
18th centuries,
Pretty much.
electrical and magnetic phenomena were largely understood as strange curiosities.
Yeah, I've been going through.
Researchers discovered
My
ways in
body
which
has been
electromagnetic
blended
phenomena could
fabric
induce
to wrap
shocks as well as attractive and repulsive forces. But these phenomena,
That's cool, actually. That's actually awesome. You see Jesus?
were regarded by most as being
I am
tricks
Jesus.
more so than
I hang out with the guy all the time.
or
I know you guys are connected like that, though. He's told me before.
Significant advances were made by investigators such as William
Like this
Gilbert
lady
and
literally
Robert
came
Boyle.
down,
The
this
true
angel came
technological,
down into my room
scientific,
and
and
took the wall off
indeed
of my
metaphysical
room.
significance
That's cool.
of
I've not experienced that one yet.
remains
Some
a
stuff's pretty similar,
threat
though,
on the horizon,
recently.
which had yet to come
But for me, it's been a little bit.
But within the closing
I want to say the opposite almost. It's been intense.
It's
been intense. Garfield is just like that, though. He talks all the time, and he's a genius. Now, I already knew this about Garfield, but this cat may. I really believe the cats are more powerful than we are.
The groundwork for modern capitalistic economic theory. The American and French revolutions would lay the groundwork for the
People think I'm crazy when I say that, but I kind of know it's true because George died, and then he came back and he's like, yeah, Dadam Horu Ray, because his name was Jorge. I'm like, well, so you're God, right? And he's like, yeah, I'm God, and I know it. Yeah, but you're right. It's been pretty crazy. That's actually really intense. Like the wall dematerialized. See, I believe you 100%. Other people would think you're crazy because I've been going through really similar shit, kind of. It's been an intense one.
I told
central
Dad about
concern of electrostatic force, resulting in an electrostatic force interaction, shows us that the powers of such forces behave to be an underlying principle of interaction.
Ate his flesh.
This seems to strongly suggest that there must be some underlying unity of electromagnetic and gravitational
Yeah, I've been-
phenomena, but this provocative isomorphism would remain a
Yeah,
riddle
eating-
which science found itself unable
There's a lot of
to
cannibals out there, dude.
comprehensively.
Turns out.
In 1800,
See, my spiritual journey recently has been kind of dark, kind of. Because there are some fucking evil fucking people right around me. Turns out.
It was now becoming clear that within electromagnetic phenomena there was something which was able to flow between objects.
That's mostly what I'm talking about. Human trafficking, gang stalking, cannibalism. It's fucking rampant and it's disgusting.
Presumed to constitute the natural world. This electromagnetic fluid seemed to be
By the
something
people that
utterly
ate Jesus'
intangible,
body.
and yet it was now clear that this mysterious something
Several times.
held a power which humanity might come to wield in truly spectacular and ultimately
I don't know what it
world-reshaping
means. I don't know
ways.
what I'm supposed to do.
During the same time period, the experiments of
I'm
Luigi
just gonna keep
Galvani
up my
become to
brain
reveal
what I
that
normally do.
electromagnetism
Good idea.
is not simply a property of chemical fluids and metallic artifacts. Galvani's experiments upon the corpses of frogs
How's your son doing?
demonstrated that biological organisms, even those that were no longer living, seem to be animated by some
Nice.
sort of vital
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do,
power,
probably.
somehow
Right now.
electromagnetic in essence. Galvani saw a fundamental unity of the flows
I'm
of
glad you called me
electromagnetic
because
forces
Dad
and
just
the
told me he gave
metabolic,
you your cell phone.
circulatory,
Yeah,
and
he finally did.
Cell
flows
phone
which
for like
animated
months.
biological systems.
Yeah, I was gonna
Galvani
rip up-
developed a notion of animal electricity, thus laying the groundwork for the
Yeah, I finally
development
did. Thank
of what
God.
we would now refer to as bioelectricity.
Yeah, it's been
Galvani's
intense.
work suggested that
I,
there must
we
be
give you all the
some sort of
details, but
fundamental
they're kinda
unity
crazy.
between
Like,
electromagnetism and biological animacy.
I don't know how to even start. What I do know for sure, though, is that there's a lot of fucking fucked up people in this world. I'm basically, I don't know how this. It's hard to get started because I'm losing my voice big time. Like I'm starting to sound like retarded almost. I feel like it's hard to talk now because they're trying to steal my soul from me, but they can't steal my soul from me. I'm like, where'd you get the soul from? Me, assholes. Basically, I tell them. I know it's not completely true, but I know who I am. I am, and I know it. That's who I am. I keep telling them that.
Yeah, we all are.
The English physicist and chemist Michael Faraday.
No, not really, but they can. It's complicated, Chris. Do you know that you've already died before? Do you know this for sure?
Yeah, dude, I was Jesus, I was born of a virgin.
No, I mean like in this life.
Perhaps most
It's hard for me to explain this to people, but I die all the like I remember it, but I'm still alive, and it's so frustrating because
perhaps most significant,
I can get
however,
killed
was Faraday's introduction of the notion
and still be
of
alive,
electromagnetic
and because they do it in secret, no one knows,
Faraday conceptualized electromagnetism
And-
as consisting
and they
of
still look at me like I'm crazy. I'm like,
of
dude,
invisible lines
I've
of
died for you,
force
asshole.
through
Go to
which
hell.
electromagnetic
That's how I feel at this
energies
point.
would flow. Faraday came to see that magnetic phenomena came about through dynamics of congruity or incongruity.
I don't know what
between
happens.
such flows of
What I was told is that I can
Magnetic
reinstantiate.
forces were understood by Faraday
I'm like,
to
I don't know what that
flow
means,
outward from the
but I
North
guess I can
Pole
just
of the magnet
reinstantiate sometimes.
and converge
That's
into
what God
the
says.
magnet's south pole.
He's like,
The
Taran,
North and South
you're never gonna
poles
die.
of different
You're immortal.
magnets
I know that
together,
I-
these flows would
I'm
merge together so as to form a singular
From
continuous
the Bible,
circulatory
not
system.
from
When
Jesus,
like poles were brought together, however, these
not from-
flows would
not
instead
Lucifer.
repel one another.
uh,
In the mid-19th century,
Not the
the
fallen
Scottish
angel.
physicist James Clerk Maxwell would come to unify the
Yeah.
various mathematical
but
principles
the
of
angel that's
electrodynamics into a
the most loved
unified
angel of
model
God
which we now
that
know
is
as
getting mad at
Maxwell's
people
theory.
because they are
Through
fallen
his
angels.
mathematical
Yeah, the
calculus,
accuser.
He doesn't think they love God.
Yeah, I use that energy all the time. I'm basically I'm like that all the time now. I feel like I'm Satan sometimes because I'm always like, I hate sinners, dude. I hate sinners. I can't stand them anymore. I just can't stand it anymore. I'm looking at all these rules in the Bible and stuff, and I'm like, dude, no fucking shit, right? It's like, nope, it's evil.
In my trip, you were Judas Iscariot.
I've connected with that energy before, pretty strongly. But I think back then I was more like John the Baptist than Judas. But although I do connect to that one sometimes.
Because I had this vision, but that you didn't break the law
No.
of God.
I don't.
And Dad is like, Dad's really powerful too.
I know he's powerful too. Dad has a really cool higher self, actually. So like, there's this guy across the universe named Tim Miller, and he's a scientist, and he looks like our dad. Okay, this is what I've experienced recently. This is what I do. I travel in my mind all over the place. There's this guy across the universe named Ty Miller, and he has this big old machine that he's like simulating a universe. He thinks, but I basically proven to him. I'm like, no, you're not simulating anything, man. We are just really, really far away, and he's starting to understand this. But we're working on a project together, and he's interesting because he's Dad, but he's younger than Dad, but the same teeth as Dad, the same smile as Dad, but he has longer hair. He's like Dad if he was 45, but he's like 180, and it's interesting. I connect with all these like people around the universe sometimes, and it's really interesting. Yeah, Dad is a cool higher self, but Dad is not cool to me anymore. He's pretty mean, actually, to me sometimes. Although he did give me a phone today, so he does save my ass all the time, so I can't hate on him.
You just did you get physically aggressive towards him the last couple of days?
I defended myself one time. I mean, he swung at me, and I dodged it, and I hit him with my pinky, and almost knocked him out. I felt bad about it, but not that bad. It's all on camera. I'm trying to train Garfield, and he comes in here all drunk, and it's like, oh, I'm going to set him free. Garfield, don't need to be with him. All this stuff that really irritates me. Because me and Garfield are working really, really hard together. It's my purring son. My purring son. He's my son, dude. I love him like that. I love George like that, too. And I never will lose Garfield. And George, I will get back. I was already promised that.
Spherical standing waves of electrostatic energy. De Broglie's standing wave model further reinforced.
He's kind of here all the time. He's like, Dad, my one son, my one eye is the sun, and my other eye is the moon, and I can see everything now. And it's really interesting. Precious, too. She's been around a lot. Precious has. Turns out our little cemetery we have in our backyard, George and Precious, is one of the most powerful cemeteries in the world. I think. Some people think it's ridiculous, but I'm like, if they're my cats and they're our family's cats, and I know who our family is, then they must be that powerful. Because we are, and I know it, spiritually at least, and I know it's true. Not everybody. I don't believe that at all. No, I think these demons over here, right over here, are going to be burnt to a crisp. I kind of know it for sure. It's not really my decision at the end of the day. You know, it's Jesus' decision, kind of. But I do get a say here. And yeah, I want them tortured for eternity, personally. I'm that guy nowadays.
I'm sorry that you have to come to that exact opposite.
Dude, some people are just fucking evil, though. They're just too evil.
There's a Titans. This is how I was able to do this because I had my Demon Terror deck and I set all the cards out on the floor and I was summoning all the angels, all the fallen angels that we are into the cards. And there's no person and no demon out there who's too fucked up, too messed up, too demonic to heal.
What if they tortured someone I love to death?
Knows how to heal everybody.
What if, well, yeah, you know what I mean? But what if they tortured someone you love to death? Like Xeno bit someone you love. How would you feel then?
If they were able to see the truth of their nature and repent.
Well, I mean, they'll repent.
believe in the gospel.
They'll repent after they go to hell for a while to think about their ways.
Yeah, no, they have to go for a while to hell.
Yeah, I mean, probably not eternity, right? Well, eternity is just 100. It's not forever. It's 147 trillion years. It's not that bad, right?
It's not truly here.
Yeah, this is something I was told by an alien or something. I don't know who told me this exactly, but I was on a trip one time, and they told me, yeah, one eternity is just an averaging of 147 trillion years. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
One in Germany and the other in Britain.
And Dad gets all upset and he says that
heavily conditioned by the
he's
intellectual
going to take a
traditions
dirt nap
of those two
for a
cultures.
trillion.
The
Going to
British
take a nap
intellectual
for a trillion
tradition
years.
was and still remains today colored by
No, he won't. He doesn't have a choice. I know his higher self.
Significance of human rationality. The British intellectual
No, Dad's higher self's badass, actually, turns out. He's like Kronos almost, but like a really cool version of it. In the future, kind of. Like far away, in a galaxy far, far away. There's a Tim Miller. He's a really powerful scientist. And, yeah. Go figure. Some timeline that I end up dying really young, and he becomes like a scientist somehow. I don't know how it worked.
Procedural thinking. The German intellectual tradition, on the other hand, was always one.
Oh, he drives me crazy because he hates me completely.
Arts, humanities,
and he lies about me constantly.
German scientists of the
And it's starting to really bother me.
20th centuries trace their heritage directly back to figures such as Kant, Fichte, Hegel, Schelling, and Goethe, whereas the British.
Oh, I really don't know what's going to happen, but I know there's something that I must do. And I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm not afraid of it anymore.
You should try Kundalini yoga. It took me like, my Kundalini is completely enlightened now, completely awake. Pretty much.
All I have to do is take a little Robitussin, and I'm fully enlightened.
Yeah. I don't have to take anything at all anymore. I smoke tobacco all day, and I feel like I'm tripping balls all day long.
Just as a joke, but I am.
And I finally know who my higher self is too. Basically. It's not Jesus, although we're connected. Something a little darker, I think. Kind of know her for sure.
I'm pretty content on who I am right now too.
I'm actually really content on what my destiny is supposed to be now. It's supposed to be pretty great. But because I am who I am, it's going to be a challenge. But my birthday is 321-999, which is a big deal, turns out. And I guess I'm Enki, the water bearer. I'm supposed to be. because I'm an Aquarius, which is pretty exciting, but also a really hard gig at first. And what I'm going through lately has literally been hell. I've literally been going through hell. And to try to explain to anybody, it's been hell, dude. Like I've been tortured to death already. And I know it. Crucified already, and I know it. But I'm still alive, and I know it. And that's what I can say about it. Because otherwise, you won't believe we can fucking destroy these fucking... You know, there's some of the people that live around us, that lived around us when you were living here. Turns out some of them are straight up fucking evil, and I know it now. Fucking evil, I know you. You know, you're evil. If I'm wrong, sue me. I even told the NSA. I'm like, if I'm crazy, I'm crazy. But I know I'm not. I just seem crazy. When you're that spiritual, you can just see ghosts all the time. Or see your wall dissolve and see an angel like that. See exactly. Stuff like that. I see it all the time now. It's like Sixth Sense.
Like I had summoned all the archdukes out in front of me to be judged.
I'm the kind of judge of the dead who's like, go to hell. Burn for a while. I'm really not nice when it comes to the spiritual stuff, dude. I used to be, but I got to this side finally, and I'm like, nope, I'm the mean God, huh? Like, I'm the one who's like, Grace, yeah, ask the other guy. When it comes down to it. I just really don't like fucking evil. I hate it. I want evil people. I want to dance on their corpses sometimes. I hate it. It's disgusting to me. Fucking pedophiles, human traffickers, sodomizers, all kind. You know what I mean? It's just disgusting to me, dude. I mean, like forceful sodomizers. I don't give a fuck what you're doing in the bedroom. You know what I mean? Rich people with money who think just they have money, they can treat us like we're slaves, basically. They're disgusting. Yeah. Like boiling hell disgusting to me. People who judge us because we're spiritual, but they put us through hell, they're disgusting enough to burn in hell for me too. Because they got us killed a few times. I was told that when you first lost your mind, and I don't know if you believe this or not, but this is what I was told recently. They killed you then. Way back then. And that's why you went crazy at first. And they've done it to me recently. And I remember. Pretty much. I even dream about it. I can see their faces and everything. And when I get them, holy shit, when I get them. Because I'm still alive. And they've been in my house. And I know it. It's on camera, and I know it. So I'm pretty excited for when the NSA gets involved finally. They've been messaging me a little bit. Have I told you that I'm basically a different species now? See, this is when I get a little pretty crazy, I think, but I know it's true. My whole back cracks all the way up and down. Every time I put my right hand back, my whole back goes crack like thunder. And then I get more powerful when I do it. I feel like that. Like my knuckles when they crack all the time over and over again. Now my back can do it too. Because when your kundalini's enlightened, they say you build like these crystals in your back. That when you crush them, it releases this gas. It's like dragon breath. You can blow it out. It creates this shimmer around my house. Where everything's like, seems like it's like shimmering if you look closely. And I'm getting pretty good at dancing with the weather too. It's ridiculous when you like get to this point. See, I haven't seen anything like that. The wall is instantiated and you can't die. That's where I am now. But to everyone else, I'm still just crazy. But I'm like, well, I know crazy. I've seen crazy before. Turns out he wasn't that crazy either. Like dad will come in here and try to compare me to you, and I'm like, well, can you compare me to my brother, who turns out wasn't really crazy either, just kind of possessed at the time. Which is really how I feel about it looking in hindsight. Because a lot of the stuff that you said back then and now comes back up, and I'm like, duh, huh? He was right. Go figure. They're evil. There's vampires around here. Literal vampires. And we know them. You know them personally better than I do. Dude, Garfield is so fucking powerful magically. Like I'm glad you got a cat because cats are fucking cool, dude. They're gonna win. They're gonna win. Cats are. So I've been telling everybody. It's my prediction. The humans fucked it up too much. The cats get it. Probably not, but still. Like now that I think about it, some of the shit God's been telling me is a little nuts, but I know it's true. Because I know who Garfield is. And he's really that special. Garfield is. The cat does not die. Just like I don't. He can talk too. Not clearly with his mouth, but we can psychically communicate very clearly. He has like the biggest heart chakra I've ever seen other than maybe George's. It's huge. It's not like yours. Yours is like a rainbow. I can see yours right now if I think about it. But Garfield's is like this huge like lightning fine thing that shoots out of him. It's crazy. Wait, I just saw that for the first time, actually. I never really thought about that before. I can see that when I think about people. No. That's what your heart chakra looks like to me when I think about it, like a Heimdall bridge almost. It's kind of interesting. It's different shaped than most people's. Still there? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's kind of scary though. I straight up have magic powers now. And it's kind of weird. They're not like instant, but they work. And I can tell you right now, we got to be careful because the whole world could still be destroyed. Straight up. I kind of know it. Depends what happens with the rest of us in the next few years. Because they know about a lot of us. And they're trying to keep it a secret to other people, turns out. But they try to destroy us by making us crazy and poisoning us with a bunch of medication, which I will not take. Even if I do not get poisoned. I ate some of those toxic shit in the plant the other day, and all I did was lose my voice a little bit. He probably straight up would not believe most of the details because they're just like, one day, I'll show you if I see you soon.
All right, well, I'm gonna keep working on my practice, and I'll let you go.
All right. Talk to you later.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye. See, I understand that shit, but not really. When you're like, how do I explain? Like, he has seen something recently. But then you're like, man, I have seen more. But it's been bad. And they're like, well, everyone's going to be saved. I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. When he finds out what you put us through, he'll know that there's no saving your ass. He wouldn't even want to. I'm not sure my brother believes how powerful you were. I feel it's okay. I'm not worried about it.
Of such an etheric medium, we must be.
All the animals know how powerful Garfield is, even though they're like, man, I could kill him. I'm like, yeah, you could kill him maybe, but maybe not. He could kill you too, right? Maybe not you, Mr. Black Bear, but you know what I mean? He's more powerful than you, spiritually. No, see, we're about equal, right? I think so, something like that. Garfield and I are not equal. No, he's more powerful than me, and I know it. In weird ways. He's a fucking cat. Humans think we're cool like that. We can be. But the closer you are with the animals, better chance you have.
Trying to understand what fields actually are, and by extension, what the ontological and epistemological implications of electrodynamics must be taken to be.
Migration is freedom.
Information in the history of the United States.
If there's a Black American dream, it's to have the freedom to dream.
That decision to migrate, if that's not transformative, I don't know what is.
Suppose that an ether strain corresponds to an electric charge, an ether displacement to the electric current, these ether vortices to the atoms. If we continue these suppositions, we arrive at what may be one of the grandest generalizations of modern science, namely that all the phenomena of the physical universe are only different manifestations of the various modes of motions of one all-pervading substance, the ether. The vast interplanetary and vast interstellar regions will no longer be regarded as waste places in the universe. We shall find them to be already full of this wonderful medium, so full that no human power can remove it from the smallest portion of space or produce the slightest flaw in its infinite continuity. James Clerk Maxwell. Electromagnetic fields are invisible, and yet the activities of such fields can be clearly seen and demonstrated. If we follow through upon the epistemological implications of empiricism, here we must then conclude that there is only one viable interpretation, that fields are distributed structures of potential events. Here we are simply using the exact same reasoning which led Henri Bergson to conclude that matter must consist of images or potential experiential relationships. We are making an inference directly from what we can actually see. We have no reason to believe that the invisible is anything other than that which gives rise to the visible, as it is the visible which actually stands in need of explanation. In order to further elaborate upon this conclusion, we can now begin to draw upon the conceptual tools provided by Alfred North Whitehead. Once again, making inferences which are conditioned specifically by the actual experiences which constitute our actual world, Whitehead concludes that the world consists of self-generative, organismic, and experiential processes, and that such processes are constituted by two primary types of relationality: physical relationships and conceptual relationships. As we have already seen, such physical relationships or physical prehensions essentially amount to what we could call sensations. They are experiences of past events which have already come to achieve physically definite determination, to impose themselves upon the present, thereby restricting the possibilities which are available to subsequent moments of self-generation or concrescence. When we look to our actual experience of being alive in the natural world, this is exactly what we find. Our sensations are feelings of things that our bodies or other bodies have already done. We are inheriting the structures of previous events, which are essentially attempting to repeat themselves into subsequent moments of becoming. Conversely, all of our experiences also consist of feelings of possibility. We find ourselves to be always navigating nebulous distributions of possible decisions. As we navigate such possibility spaces, phase spaces, or fields, these nebulous distributions come to be carved down into the physical, determinate moments which are then incorporated into the past. We can then generalize this framework so as to understand the nature of animacy in general, and by extension, the nature of cosmogenesis in general. The manner in which the universe and the various processes which comprise it come to continually generate and regenerate the world. If we are to consistently follow through upon the implications of Whitehead's reasoning, then we must conclude that electromagnetic fields are in fact fields of conceptual feelings, distributions of possible events or forms, which are felt by electromagnetic organisms. Electromagnetic fields, in other words, are in fact morphogenetic fields. Whitehead's process-relational ontology indicates that the basic structure of the natural world consists of self-organizing events rather than self-persistent physical objects. It is only once these organismic events begin to be woven together into self-perpetuating cyclical patterns with discrete locations in geometrical space that this underlying animacy begins to express the qualities which we typically associate with physical objects. Through this framework, we can begin to understand the wave-particle contradictions of modern particle physics in a very different manner. The electromagnetic realm consists of two basic poles: continuous fields of possible transmission events and the discrete transmission events themselves, which alter the subsequent morphological characteristics of fields within subsequent events. We should not understand the electron to be a discrete physical BB which can somehow also behave like a wave. Rather, we should understand the electron to be the most basic transmission of electrostatic energy potential between electromagnetic fields. Electrostatic fields then can be understood as distributions of such potential transmissions or interactions with other such fields. So now we can begin to ask, what are the basic morphological characteristics of such fields which come to create the empirical phenomena of electromagnetism? How do these fields in a perceptible world? What, in other words, are the basic dynamics of conceptual noetic consciousness in general? This image is a diagram which we find within the elementary lectures on electrical discharges, waves, and impulses by Charles Proteus Steinmetz. This diagram depicts the cross-section of a circuit and the morphology of the electromagnetic field which the circuit produces. If this circuit were a simple circular loop, then the corresponding electromagnetic field would assume a toroidal configuration. The solid concentric lines represent the magnetic circulation patterns of the field, while the broken radial lines represent the electrostatic aspects of the field. This is an image of two patterns of concentric wave propagations, which illustrate the patterns of interference between the two propagating fields. Here we can see Steinmetz's diagram imposed upon the wave interference depiction. What we seem to see here is that electrostatic field lines directly correspond to patterns of interference between magnetic fluctuation systems. If the two currents
With all new places, there's all new experiences to enjoy. Hilton for the stay.
I set my sights on the vision, big dreams in precision. Every small action, a piece of my design. Benchmarks of my past, steady as the sun shines. Because if you're written hard, I'll conquer and climb. Goals in sight, shooting for the stars. Every step forward, I'm raising the bars. Dedication fuels the fire. Don't you see? This is my empire. The dreams are free. Keep the vision clear, never stray from my lane. With every stumble, there's knowledge to gain. Blueprints in my eyes, master can't be erased. Moving towards horizons with the moment of this place. From the ground up, I'm building it brick by brick. Each challenge just a chapter in the story I'm gonna pick. The systems in my mind, using skills I've honed in the rhythm of success. Look how I've grown. These six goals inside, shooting for the stars. Every step forward, I'm raising the bars. Dedication fuels the fire. Don't you see? This is my empire. The dreams are free. When the pressure's on, I find my groove. Turn struggles to stretches to move. In the quiet of night, with dreams ignite. I'm crafted in my legacy, ready to take flight. From the basis to the heights, I expand my range. I feel like it moves on the chessboard, nothing strange. Surround myself with visions that elevate. Building on each win, destined to celebrate. Soul on the track, harmony with the grind. Feeling every heartbeat, keeping no stone behind. The echoes of my plans, I hear success sing. We focus like a laser, watch how I bring. I set my sights on the vision, big dreams in precision. Broke it down to steps, that's my mission with conviction. Hustle in my veins, I'm the queen of the domain with focus and dedication. I've never been the tame, ride the wave on my grind. On the journey I define, every action a piece of my design. Benchmarks of my past, steady as the sun shines. With perseverance and heart, I'll conquer and climb. Goals in sight, shooting for the stars. Every step forward, I'm raising the bars. Fuels the fire. Don't you see? This is my empire. The dreams are free. Keep the vision clear, never stray from my lane. With every stumble, there's knowledge to gain. Blueprints in my eyes, master can't be erased. Moving forward horizons with the moment of this place. From the ground up, I'm building it brick by brick. Each challenge just a chapter in the story I'm gonna pick. Persistence in my mind, using skills I've honed. In the rhythm of success, look how I've grown. These big goals in sight, shooting for the stars. Every step forward, I'm raising the bars. Dedication fuels the fire. Don't you see? This is my empire. The dreams are free.
Through the highs and the lows, I maintain my pace. Stitches in my grip, I'm forward to the trace. Focused on the hustle in this race, I'm immersed. Conducting this symphony to relax.
Into love, I'm crafting beats that echo my ambition. Turn visions into tracks, that's the mission, my rendition. I dance in the walls with every move I make. Falls apart before me for success in my take. Concrete foundations, solid as they come. With dreams in my wallet, I'll rise with the sun. Balancing the journey between the will and the weight. And if you know, I find my song in every step, my fate.
If the two currents depicted here are moving in linear currents, would move concurrently with one another. In this situation, the magnetic fields would repel one another. Conversely, if the currents were moving in the same direction, the right-hand rule would necessitate that the magnetic circulations between the currents would move in opposition to one another, in which case we would observe an attraction between the two currents. With simple bar magnets, we find the exact same dynamics at play. Together, the magnetic circulations move in opposite the two magnets into a unified magnetic organism. On the other hand, if the north poles of the two magnets are brought together, the magnetic circulations will move concurrently with one another, and we will observe a repulsion between the two magnets. What we are seeing here is therefore a process by which constructive interference between concurrent circulations will give rise to repulsion, while destructive interference between opposing circulations will give rise to attraction. Thus, we can see that magnetic polarity is not a fundamental property in and of itself, but rather an emergent phenomenon which results from dynamics of congruity or incongruity between magnetic circulations. Constructive interference seems to amplify some sort of inherent pressure or density, thereby resulting in repulsion. Destructive interference diminishes such density, thereby resulting in symbiosis. Looking now to the nature of electromagnetic propagation, such as light waves and radio waves, we can see the exact same fundamental dynamics at work. Here we can see that such propagations consist of flowing circulations of magnetism. These magnetic circulations are complemented by electrostatic circulations, which are perpendicular to the magnetic circulations. As we would expect, these electrostatic circulations occur exactly where we would expect to find interactions of constructive or destructive interference between the magnetic flows. What we seem to find here is that electrostatic energy is in fact a kind of tension, unrest, or discordance, which emerges through the interactions of field circulations, which are fundamentally magnetic in nature. When I stretch out a rubber band, I am creating a kind of tension and thus creating a kind of potential energy. This unrest will attempt to resolve itself if possible, and therefore, if I let go of the rubber band, it will snap back into a more stable configuration. The potential energy of the tension will be transformed into kinetic energy as the rubber band controls. What we seem to see is a recursive dynamic through which the tension created by magnetic interference continually tries to resolve itself and thereby perpetuates the propagation. We can see that fundamentally this is the exact same dynamic we see in waves of water or sound. A disequilibrium of pressure, density, or intensity is created which attempts to resolve itself, and in doing so results in an outwardly propagating flow of disequilibrium. The history of science shows that the progress of science has constantly been hampered by the tyrannical influence of certain conceptions that finally came to be considered as dogma. For this reason, it is proper to submit periodically to a very searching examination principles that we have come to assume without any more discussion. Louis de Broglie. In order to continue piecing together the various nuances of this puzzle, we must now begin to look at the relationship between electromagnetism and physical matter, and thus begin to unravel the mystery that is the electromagnetic nature of the atomic realm. In 1897, units of electrostatic energy, which we now refer to as electrons. This would ultimately result in the conceptualization of these electrostatic units as electronic particles, which were believed to somehow orbit the atom in a manner analogous to the way in which planetary bodies orbit the sun within our solar system. This model, despite being somewhat intuitive, was rife with problems. Numerous empirical facts of electromagnetism, as well as the Maxwellian synthesis itself, seem to present the unavoidable implication that electrostatic energy moved as a wave, not a particle. Moreover, the Bohr model of the atom could seemingly account for the nature of the hydrogen atom, but faltered when attempting to account for heavier elements. Long before the birth of quantum mechanics as we now know it, the paradox of wave-particle duality had already begun to present itself, and further evidence would continue to accumulate on both sides of this conceptual rupture. The de Broglie model of the electronic shell as a standing wave then came to supersede the solar system model, as the de Broglie depiction much better accorded with the empirical reality and allowed scientists to conceptualize how and why electronic shells seem to only form within discrete quantized energy levels around the atomic nucleus. The fundamental
Ooh, Laneige. My lips so need that love, that KT hair mask. Your hair looks so soft pink as this. This rare beauty blush was made for you.
The brands everybody's talking about. Only at Sephora.
Try the all-new Kiss, the sporty Sentra, or our best-selling Rogue. What's the next adventure?
I think I just found it.
as to constrain the possible range of stable forms which the electronic energy could assume. Therefore, the electrostatic energy comes to manifest as standing waves which adhere within discrete energy levels or shells, rather than a continuum of possible configurations. In accordance with our previous observations, standing waves are also the results of wave interference. But if the electronic shell is a standing wave formed by wave interference, then this does beg a very important question. What waves are interfering so as to give rise to these electrons? In 1932, the physicist Carl David Anderson of the California Institute of Technology performed experiments using a cloud chamber, which was enveloped within a magnetic field. Anderson's aim was to use this experiment to detect different kinds of cosmic rays, which would ionize the atoms comprising the vapor within the cloud chamber, and thus create visible track marks, which would correlate as another sort of transmission which interacted with the magnetic field in the opposite manner. What this seemed to indicate was the discovery of a new type of quantum transmission event, one which was characterized by the exact same properties as the electron, but with the opposite relation to magnetic circulation patterns. This discovery was interpreted through a lens provided by the physicist Paul Dirac some 4 years previously in 1928. Dirac had attempted to synthesize Schrödinger's quantum wave model with the Einsteinian correspondence of mass and energy in relation to the speed of light. Dirac's model seemed to be the model also for explanation. If Anderson's findings were indeed a confirmation of Dirac's predictions, then we must contend with the metaphysical implications of this. What might these notions of antimatter and negative energy indicate regarding the ontological character of electromagnetism? Dirac himself came to develop a particularly fascinating interpretation of these implications. Dirac would propose that empty space was not in fact empty, but rather permeated by a sort of ocean of electrostatic energy fluctuations, an idea which is now known as the Dirac sea hypothesis. According to Dirac, the positron was essentially a sort of hole or void within this electrostatic ocean. The positron, in other words, could be understood as the negation of negation. As we shall see, Dirac was definitely onto something here, but unfortunately modern physics has completely ignored the ontological implications of Dirac's ideas, and instead ran in the opposite direction with his mathematical models, using them as tools within their ever-expanding incoherent array of fantastical quantum entities. Dirac himself came to be completely disillusioned by this. He insisted that particle physics was completely unjustified in attempting to generalize its models of the electron to include more exotic particles, while the electron models themselves remained blatantly incomplete and unsatisfactory. Closely paralleling these developments in Dirac's thinking, Louis de Broglie came to develop a conception of electromagnetic propagations as consisting of two distinct particles, which we can interpret as two distinct types of field dynamics and their corresponding quantum transmission events. De Broglie believed that when combined together into the electromagnetic wave, these constituents lacked charge, but when separated, would become the electron and the positron. Since the Maxwellian synthesis of the 19th century, it seemed quite clear that light and radio waves were in fact propagations which consisted of both magnetic and electrostatic constituents. As it became clearer that electrostatic transmissions were discrete rather than continuous, the idea of electrostatics as constituted by electron particles came to take hold. Strangely, however, there was no correlative notion of a magnetron as the discrete quantum BB of magnetic flux. This asymmetry was partially due to the advent of Einsteinian special relativity theory, which suggested that electricity and magnetism were in fact the same phenomenon seen from different reference frames. If this were indeed the case, then this would seem to imply that the electron particles could account for both electrostatic and magnetic phenomena without any need for a specialized force carrier of magnetism. This explanation might seem to be quite elegant, but as we saw in the previous video in this series, any explanation of any physical phenomenon through special relativity is a non-explanation, which does no more than delude us into believing that we have achieved understanding when in fact we have not. Any explanation which makes use of an ontologically self-contradictory framework will be an ontologically self-contradictory non-explanation, no matter what sort of mathematical hat tricks are used to obfuscate this. Over the course of his career, de Broglie and his students would continue to develop this conception of the photon as a composite system, but this work would fall into obscurity as the relativistic paradigm came to obfuscate the unanswered questions of electromagnetism beneath the haze of space-time mysticism. Questions regarding the underlying nature of electromagnetism and, by extension, the nature of light were then overshadowed by the ravenous quest for the discovery of ever more exotic and ontologically dubious quantum particles. Yet there are numerous empirical indications that in some manner or another, de Broglie magnetic propagations which interfere with one another can produce a pair of electronic and positronic interaction events. When an electron and positron come together, they recombine to form a photonic transmission event. Given that electromagnetic propagations are comprised of electrostatic and magnetic field waves, and that the electron is the basic unit of electrostatic interaction, what this would all seem to imply is that the positron is in fact the most basic quantum unit of magnetic interaction. If we take the metaphysical implications of Dirac and de Broglie seriously and bring them into dialogue with the noetic ether framework we are attempting to develop here, we can see that these implications can bring us even deeper into the fundamental nature of electromagnetism and thus into the fundamental nature of physical reality itself. As we have already seen, the electrostatic field lines which connect the electromagnetic fields of circuits correspond to patterns of interference. Attraction between the terminals results from destructive interference, while repulsion is due to constructive interference. Likewise, the attraction between opposite magnetic poles is also due to destructive interference. What this would all seem to imply, therefore, is that we are dealing with a force of positive density and pressure, as well as a force of negative density and pressure, the magnetopositronic and the electrostatic. While the positive density of the positronic comes to manifest in fundamentally repulsive manners, the electrostatic appears to be quite literally a kind of vacuum energy, a vacuity, void, or negative density which positive density attempts to fill. While magnetic fields are circulatory systems of etheric density, electrical currents are circulatory systems of vacuity, or negative density. But how could such electrostatic vacuity come to manifest as the spherical standing waves which make up the electronic shells of atoms? In order to further elaborate and clarify our understanding of these phenomena, we must now go even deeper into the hidden world of physical matter, into the beating hearts of the fundamental organisms we refer to as atoms. What exactly is the atomic nucleus? How can we account for the emergence and structure of the atomic world in a manner that remains grounded in what we can actually experience empirically in the natural world? Atoms are known to be composed of protons and neutrons. Protons are in fact positive hydrogen ions, or cations. Free protons are hydrogen atoms which have been stripped of their electrostatic shells. Free neutrons, if simply left to their own devices, will convert themselves into hydrogen atoms over the course of approximately 14 minutes. The neutron will quite literally spit out an electrostatic shell and convert its core into a protonic nucleus, thus producing the two basic constituents of the hydrogen atom. In extreme conditions of pressure or energy density, hydrogen atoms can similarly transmute themselves into neutrons through a process known as electron capture. The hydrogen atom absorbs its own electronic shell and thereby becomes a neutron. We can thus begin to see that all atoms are in fact symbiotic superorganisms comprised of hydrogen. Somehow the combination of the proton and electron becomes the neutron, but what exactly is happening within these mysterious processes? One clue can be derived from the process known as beta plus decay, in which one of the protonic constituents of a heavier atom will convert itself into a neutron, not through the absorption of an electron, but rather through the emission of a positron. It would thus seem that through the emission of the positron, the proton transitions from a 2-to-1 ratio of positronic and electronic forces to a 1-to-1 ratio of such forces. Likewise, electron absorption seems to achieve the exact same effect, the achieving of balance between density and vacuity. What we must take this all to imply if we are to remain grounded within empirical reality, composed of the exact same basic constituents which comprise electromagnetic propagations, symbiotically interwoven fields of magnetopositronic density and electrostatic vacuity. And so how might the same basic constituents of electromagnetic propagations, the same basic elements of light, come to be woven together so as to form stable, self-perpetuating systems which can begin to behave as discrete physical entities? One consideration that we can be rather certain of here is that electromagnetic propagations can be curved. When we look to distant stars and galaxies, we can see that somehow the massive bodies of galactic structures are able to create a lensing effect by bending the paths of the electromagnetic waves which pass through them. This phenomenon is often explained in terms of the relativistic curvature of space-time, and so for obvious reasons, I will be bracketing the question of what exactly this lensing amounts to for now. But here we can begin with one simple conjecture which follows directly from the empirical fact of electromagnetic curvature. If such waves can be bent, then this necessarily implies that it is at least possible for them to be bent into circular loops. If light can loop back upon itself, then it can come to form a circuit. Here we must delay the question of how exactly such a situation might come about until more patient would be. If an electromagnetic propagation were to form a circulatory pattern by looping back upon itself, this would result in the creation of a closed circuit in which the electromagnetic field propagation system would begin to continually repeat transmissions with itself. With lasers, we can see that light itself is able to create electromagnetic fields around its own trajectory. A laser will create a cylindrical electromagnetic field around itself, which circulates in accordance with the right-hand rule in the exact same manner as an electrical circuit. As such, within a circular, repeating loop of photonic transmission events, what will come to form is a toroidal electromagnetic field. Within such a toroidal structure will come to emerge a conflict between two opposing forces. Due to the inward flow of the magnetopositronic field through the toroid's central opening, magnetic pressure will begin to exert a contractive force which will attempt to collapse the toroid in upon itself. Due to the right-hand rule, however, constructive interference within the center of the toroid will create a repulsive force which will attempt to counteract this contraction. Ultimately, the contractive magnetic pressure will overcome the repulsion of constructive interference, and the toroid will come to collapse into itself, thereby coming to form a spherical standing wave pattern. We can imagine this as an outer shell of positronic density, which surrounds a central core of electrostatic vacuity. The outer layer of ether density will attempt to collapse into this inner void, and in doing so, the two layers will switch places. The positronic density field will now form a core surrounded by an external shell of electrostatic vacuum. This vacuum will then compel the positronic core to expand outward, and this process will repeat itself in a repeatedly oscillating cycle, a spherical standing wave. If this system were comprised of a physical gas or fluid, then we wouldn't expect such a self-perpetuating oscillation, as the density would simply spread itself out through the vacuum, thus resulting in a homogeneous dissipation. Yet within electromagnetic propagation, such as light waves and radio waves, we can see that the ether behaves in a rather different manner. When positronic density and electrostatic vacuity come together, they never simply negate one another. Rather, they form a dynamic, self-perpetuating system. We can thus infer that within the standing wave pattern I've described above, the gradient of density and vacuity would be maintained even as the two constituents interact with one another. The ether would thus seem to behave in accordance with what we might describe as a conservation of contrast, which ensures that the balance of positive density and negative vacuity never simply dissolves itself into a state of homogeneous nothingness. If I've made myself clear, then it should now be evident that what I have described above is in fact the metamorphosis of the neutron. Propagations form a recursive circuit, which is the neutron, and the conflicting forces within the neutron's toroidal morphology result in its eventual collapse into the spherical state of maximum stability. The protonic core of this organism will begin to emit a continuous flow of etheric radiations from itself. Unlike electromagnetic waves, These propagations will expand as a continuous flow of symmetrical spheres, forming a field of etheric density, which will diminish with distance in accordance with the inverse square law, the same law which conditions the intensity of both magnetic and gravitational fields. It is within this radiating field of etheric density waves, or rather mass waves, that the electrostatic shell will come to adhere. These mass waves are of the same fundamental character as magnetic fields in the sense that both consist of fluctuations of positive ether density. Unlike magnetic fields, however, these mass fields do not exhibit toroidal circulations, and therefore they do not exhibit the polarity of magnetic fields. The field of an organism will propagate in a perfectly symmetrical fashion so long as the proton is moving at a constant velocity. Given a constant velocity, these mass waves will move away from the proton in all directions at the same velocity. Unlike sound waves, which exhibit a Doppler effect when being issued from a moving source, these mass waves will relate to any constant velocity of the atomic nucleus as a resting state. A constant trajectory will effectively be a resting state for the atom, as continuing this trajectory will require no energy. The atom's mass field will not resist this continuity of motion, as the field will be emitted just the same as though the atom were completely stationary. If the atom were to change its speed or direction of motion, however, it would encounter resistance from its own aura of mass propagations until the atom once again achieved a constant velocity and the aura once again recalibrated itself so as to relate to the new velocity as a new resting state. As such, we can now see that this resistance to alteration of resting trajectory is in fact the inertia and therefore the mass of the atomic organism. Now we can begin to actually see why mass and energy are effectively interchangeable in the manner that Einstein saw. Mass is resistance to acceleration, and this resistance is quite literally produced by the energy of the atomic organism's mass field. Similarly, we can now see why etheric waves such as light do not have mass. They don't have mass because it is through their activity that the phenomenon of mass comes to emerge in the first place. Transmission events such as positronic transmissions of ether density or electronic transmissions of ether vacuity can transmit mass by increasing or decreasing the inertial resistance of the atomic organism's aura of mass wave propagations because this inertial resistance is mass. Before moving forward, we should make some quick terminological and conceptual clarifications. At the most basic level, all of the noetic ether. Magnetic fields result from circulatory patterns of ether density, while electrostatic fields are a kind of void, vacuum, or negative density. Magnetopositronic density is fundamentally expansive and repulsive in character, while electrostatic vacuity is fundamentally attractive and contractive. Electromagnetic waves, such as light waves or radio waves, combine the dynamics of magnetic circulation and electrostatic interference into a unified recursive phenomenon. Finally, mass waves are the spherical propagations of etheric density fluctuations which define the mass and rest frames of atomic organisms. Atomic organisms are spherical standing waves of etheric density fluctuations all the way down. There is no need nor any epistemological warrant for understanding these phenomena through any concept or dynamics other than those that are presented directly to us by the actual. Now we can begin to answer the question raised by Louis de Broglie's standing wave model of electron between wave patterns. Then what are the underlying wave patterns which give rise to the electronic shells? Given that the proton must consist of an oscillating polarity of positive and negative ether density, this implies that, assuming there is a perfect balance of the two forces, the proton should create both an outward and an inward flow of etheric density waves. Just as the expansion of the positive density layer of the atom produces expansion, will likewise result in a contractive inward flow of such density waves through a kind of siphon effect. As these expand,
Jump in my new car with me. I got it on cars.com.
wave patterns interact with one another, this will result in the creation of standing wave patterns with harmonic characteristics which are defined by the frequency of the protonic core. As protons combine to form heavier elements, they will become nested within one another, like the layered shells of Matryoshka dolls. More outer protonic layers will have lower frequency characteristics, thus resulting in different harmonic characteristics of the standing wave epidermal layers, which come to form around the nucleus. For electromagnetic propagations, neutronic toroids and non-ionized hydrogen atoms, we find a perfectly symmetrical balance of positronic expansion and electrostatic contraction. The phenomenon of ionization, therefore, must be understood as an imbalance of these two fundamental qualities of density and vacuity. When a hydrogen atom becomes positively ionized, thereby becoming the 1-to-1 ratio of density and vacuity becomes a 2-to-1 ratio, as half of the negative density within the protonic core is transmitted to another atom. When this occurs, the outward propagations come to exceed the strength of the inward contractive waves. Similarly, the acquisition of an additional unit of electrostatic vacuity results in an excess of contractive waves in relation to expansive waves. Through such a complementary imbalance of positive and negative ionization, a circulatory flow of ether density can come to form between two atoms, thereby resulting in an ionic bond, through essentially the exact same kind of symbiosis which we see in macroscopic magnets. Here we can thus begin to see that all electromagnetic phenomena are in fact morphogenetic phenomena. One cannot produce fields because such circulation results in the individual atoms within the electrical current. Moving magnetic fields produce electrical fields because this motion creates a round of overlapping mass fields which are being produced by all other atoms and superatomic organisms which comprise our cosmos. The phenomenon of superposition will become much clearer once we begin to incorporate the ideas of David Bohm and others so as to account for the suprageometric nature of noetic etheric phenomena. In order to morally experiment, light refraction presents itself, which is something that is essentially incomprehensible within the context of modern materialistic physics, physical manner. Light passes through a medium, and this medium then alters the reality. Scientists were already beginning to see that the reality must be much stranger than this physicalist interpretation would imply. In 1662, the French mathematician Pierre de Fermat showed that the refraction of light behaves in accordance with the principle of least time, which we can see as an early form of the principle of least action. What Fermat seemed to show was that the light was not simply being deflected by the medium within refraction phenomena, but rather that the light seemed to be actively choosing the quickest path between its origin and its destination. This, of course, seemed to raise some very difficult implications. How could the light possibly know where it was going in advance, such that it could somehow choose the most parsimonious trajectory? Some physicists have taken this to imply some sort of reverse causality, by which the destination atoms somehow transmit information backwards in time to the atoms which emit the photons. But if we look at this situation in terms of a field transmission duality, rather than a wave-particle self-contradiction, then refraction becomes much less mysterious. The electromagnetic wave propagations are fields of possible transmissions, not the transmission events themselves. Transmissions occur within geometric space in a physical manner. The fields are geometric. They do not require time to move through space because although they condition the possibility of transmissions which will occur within geometric space, they themselves are, in a sense, everywhere and nowhere at the same time. The photon takes the path of least time to the destination because the electromagnetic field is, in a sense, already enveloping all possible destinations, and thus including within its structure all of the possible pathways which could be taken by the resultant transmission. During the 20th century, the theoretical physicist David Bohm came to very similar conclusions for a number of very similar reasons. Bohm came to realize that numerous natural phenomena, including the behavior of light, electrostatics, magnetism, gravity, and plasma phenomena, all seem to necessitate what Bohm would call the implicate order. Quote, "The essential feature of the implicate order is that the whole universe is in some way enfolded in everything, and that each thing is enfolded in the whole. In the implicate order, everything is connected, and each part of the universe contains information about the whole. In the explicate order, things are unfolded and are seen as separate and distinct. In the implicate order, things are enfolded into one another and are fundamentally connected. The explicate order emerges from the implicate order through a process of unfolding, and the implicate order can be seen as the deeper reality underlying the explicit appearances." Bohm saw that the world which our physical senses encounter is in fact the activity or consequence of a much deeper reality, within which all things are always already interwoven with one another. Physical determinations are therefore not the fundamental substrate of nature, but rather cosmogonic processes. Thus, we can see that Bohm's fundamental insight is the exact same fundamental insight which we have also seen in the works of Henri Bergson, Alfred North Whitehead, Rupert Sheldrake, Goethe, and many others, including Nikola Tesla, who came to see that electromagnetic phenomena necessitated the existence of what he referred to as counterspace, a term which he derived from none other than Rudolf Steiner. The implicate order is a noetic realm of conceptual, formative feelings rather than relations of physical determinations or sensations, of morphogenetic spaces rather than geometrical spaces, of diffuse, indeterminate potentialities rather than of the concrete determinations which comprise the physical explicate realm. It is, in other words, the ether, which remained ever elusive to scientists of the 19th century, who were unable to conceptualize the ether as being anything other than a kind of materialistic fluid substrate. Rather than conceptualizing the ether as a kind of static fluid substance which physical phenomena swim inside of, it is more accurate to conceptualize the ether as radiating outward indefinitely from each and every entity within the cosmos, as a kind of aura through which all things envelop all other things, thereby conditioning the interactions between them. In terms of that, even this is in some sense an abstraction, as the conceptual feelings which comprise these morphogenetic fields are fundamentally pre-geometric, pre-spatial. They are that which conditions the very possibility of geometric space. So now we can apply this exact same reasoning to the double slit experiment. And unsurprisingly, that the light passing through the double slit apparatus comes to interfere with itself, thereby giving rise to an interference pattern on the opposite screen. More mysteriously, however, we find the exact same interference pattern if those photonic transmissions occur one at a time. Through the framework of modern particle physics, this is a phenomenon which can be mathematically modeled, but which cannot be rendered comprehensible. It is presented to us as an unknowable mystery, which illustrates just how hopelessly inadequate our pathetic monkey brains are when faced with the whimsical absurdities of the natural world. But through the noetic ether framework, this phenomenon seems much more comprehensible. It makes no sense to say that the photons are interfering with themselves because photons are not waves or particles. They are transmissions, which are conditioned by waves of etheric potentiality. Each photonic transmission will be conditioned by the morphology of such propagations, and such propagations are distributed in such a manner that they can indeed interfere with themselves, thereby altering the density or distribution of potential transmissions. The photonic transmissions which result from these propagations therefore exhibit a density distribution which accords with an interference pattern, because the noetic propagations which condition those transmissions are continuous rather than discrete. We see an interference pattern even if one transmission occurs at a time, because every single transmission is the constant. The monumental observation of an electromagnetic mystery which effectively led to the end of empirical science and its replacement by mathematical fantasy games. The Michelson-Morley experiment was intended to detect the hypothetical ether substrate by detecting the drag effect which it would have upon beams of light. If there was indeed relative motion between the Earth and this presumed ether substrate, then this would imply differences in the speed of light in relation to this relative motion. The null results of this experiment would then lead to the development of special relativity, thus setting the precedent that scientific theories no longer needed to be logically self-consistent, let alone explanatory. But through our understanding of the ether as an implicate or noetic order of potentialities rather than as a static medium, the null results of the Michelson-Morley experiment seem completely unsurprising. The ether which conditioned the photonic transmissions, or beams of light, was not a medium through which the experimental setup was moving. Rather, this ether can be better understood as radiating outward from the light emitters themselves, along with all of the other atoms involved within the experiment. In other words, there was no ether drag effect, because the ether was essentially moving with the experimental setup, because the ether was in fact being produced by the atoms which constituted the experimental setup. We can understand this phenomenon without any need for fantastical contractions of empty space, nor any need for the abolition of simultaneity through the collapsing of time into a fourth spatial dimension. Undoubtedly, there are innumerable phenomena within the natural world which we could attempt to untangle by subjecting them to the theory which I am attempting to develop here. And there are plenty of particular nuances and considerations which we will need to pass over for now. But there is one burning mystery in particular which remains to be unraveled, and through this unraveling, we will begin to see much more clearly the fundamental interdependence of the ether and physical matter. This mystery, of course, is that of gravity. In many ways, science as we know it began with Newtonian mechanics. Newton's work was absolutely monumental in that his mathematics that the celestial realm operated through the same fundamental dynamic play within the terrestrial world. The pull of physical bodies downward to the Earth's surface was shown to operate in accordance with the exact same principles which governed the processions of astrophysical bodies through the sky. But what?
Gentlemen.
Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say, Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer.
From Pixar comes an all-new original series.
Everyone is chasing the feeling of a win.
Hey, Lori, you're famous.
But if someone wins,
You're not funny.
somebody has to lose.
One story. No matter what happens, you are all winners. Told from 8 sides.
We'll make it work. We always do.
Better not blow it.
Disney Pixar's Win or Lose, now available only on Disney Plus.
But what tends to be overlooked in this narrative is that, even by Newton's own admission, this framework did not provide a scientific explanation for the phenomenon of gravity. Newton provided us with a mathematical framework through which the principles of gravitational phenomena could be depicted and calculated. But Newton explicitly stated that he feigned no hypothesis regarding what gravity actually is or how it comes about. Newton believed that gravity was ultimately a divine force, which therefore could not be explained in naturalistic terms. As we shall see, Newton was exactly half correct in this regarded as effective states of rest. When we think about the notion of rest in common language, we tend to think in terms of stationary objects. Things naturally gravitate towards the cessation of motion, and therefore it would seem that energy is required to achieve motion. Although we tend to think of Isaac Newton as a mathematical genius, his true stroke of genius was metaphysical, not mathematical. The realization that, in accordance with Galileo's principle of invariance, constant straight-line trajectories were in fact states of rest. Elaborate Galileo's perspectival relativity in such a manner that his principle of motion could now be applied to planetary bodies. Celestial objects could be understood as striving, as it were, to maintain constant straight-line trajectories through space, which were then curved into elliptical orbits by the trajectory-deforming power of gravity. Some 2 centuries later, Albert Einstein would attempt to account for gravity through the generalization of the relativistic space-time deformations implicated by his special theory of relativity. From Galileo to Newton and finally to Einstein, we see the successive development of a common theme: the increasing relativization of perspectival reference frames such that greater universality could be achieved through the further generalization of the principle of invariance. If you're familiar with my earlier videos regarding the historical development of distinct structures or mutations of human awareness, then you will recognize that these developments within physics are in fact the gradual elaboration of the perspectival consciousness, which initially came to emerge during the Italian Renaissance. Moreover, we can also understand this development as a transition from an efficient perspectival consciousness to a deficient perspectival consciousness, which closely mirrors the epistemological thread which passes through René Descartes, David Hume, and finally Immanuel Kant. Thoroughly analyzing the developments of consciousness which eventually culminated in the birth of Einsteinian cosmology will have to be a project for another video, but for now we can suffice it through sequestering invariance within the nature of light itself. In doing so, Einstein believed that he would be able to complete the Galilean and Newtonian projects of thoroughly universalizing the principles of physics while also preventing such absolute relativization from completely breaking down objectivity itself. As we saw in our previous video in this series, however, the reality is that Einsteinian cosmology does not actually manage to achieve this. And what we are left with is a worldview in which all reference frames ultimately come to appear as completely distinct realities in themselves, which cannot be reconciled with one another in a logically coherent manner. With regards to gravity, Einstein essentially followed the exact same implicit logic which underpinned Newton's model of gravity. Following Newton, Einstein took for granted that straight-line trajectories with constant velocities were in fact states of rest. Whereas Newton had called upon a mysterious divine force to bend these straight-line trajectories into elliptical orbits, Einstein instead deployed his notion of space-time deformation to achieve essentially the same end. Objects would move in straight lines at constant velocities, but due to the deformation of space-time, these would be straight line paths through a curved space-time background. Thereby, Einstein achieved the exact same metaphysical goal achieved by Newton in a different way. The goal of treating curved trajectories as resting trajectories in order to account for the phenomenon of gravity. In our previous video, we looked in much more detail at the ways in which Einstein's apparent achievement was a deeply Pyrrhic victory at best, as the metaphysical and epistemological consequences of Einsteinian relativity unavoidably undercut the very possibility of physics as a project of achieving genuine knowledge of an objectively real world. Here, however, I want us to begin to look at what a much more integral understanding of gravity and, by extension, time dilation might look like. Within our noetic ether model, each and every atom comprising our cosmos can be understood to emit a constant radiant aura of mass waves which extend out and mount to spherical halos of ether density, which gradually diminish in intensity in accordance with the inverse square law, just as would be the case if the mass waves were comprised of physical gases which decreased in density as they expanded. Recall again that within this framework, we are suggesting that the mass of these atoms actually is, in fact, the effective inertial mass which results from the mass wave propagations which issue forth from the nucleus. The mass fields actually define the resting trajectories of the atoms by essentially defining the path of motion which the atom can continue without encountering resistance from its own mass field. Given that these mass fields extend indefinitely from the atomic nuclei, we can see that the auras of every single atom in the universe will entirely envelop those of every other atom in the universe. Due to this mutual enveloping and the wave-like nature of these auras, we can then infer that dynamics of constructive and destructive interference will emerge between the auras of different atoms. Due to such interactions, the atomic mass fields will themselves come to be altered such that they are no longer entirely uniform, but rather will exhibit a gradient of ether density due to patterns of
Zyrtec algae relief works fast and lasts a full 24 hours so you can seize the day.
massive object such as a planet. The atom's mass field will become less with those of the planet. The atom's mass propagations, which are moving away from the planet, as the mass waves pass through the smaller bodies completely, they will encounter constructive interference, which will counterbalance the destructive interference initially encountered on the way to the object. These effects will average out in such a manner that the planet's mass waves will continue to accord with the inverse square principle even after passing through other massive objects. Through such interactions, the resting trajectory defined by the atom's mass field will become deformed. The inertial path of the atom will become a curved path rather than a straight line. Rather than utilizing the notion of an unknowable Newtonian force or the notion of space-time curvature in order to treat curved paths as though they were resting trajectories, this framework allows us to see that curved paths simply are resting trajectories. The resting trajectory of a given entity is not determined in a purely perspectival, solipsistic manner at all, but rather comes to be defined through a kind of mutual negotiation which occurs between all of the entities which comprise. What we experience as a gravitational force is in fact simply the tendency of entities to bring themselves into accordance with the resting trajectories which are defined through these mutual interactions of mass fields. In the mutual negotiation between the mass waves of the Earth and the mass waves of your body, your body's resting trajectory comes to be defined as down. You must exert energy in order to resist this trajectory, and so if your legs stop working, you fall to the ground. Thus, we can see that alteration of resting trajectory and resistance to resting trajectory are fundamentally the same, completely correct in seeing that there was an underlying connection between gravitation and acceleration. The apparent force which you feel holding you down to your chair and the force you would feel when making a rapid turn in an airplane are in fact the same force, the resistance of one's own rest frame. This model, if correct, would also imply that gravitational and electromagnetic phenomena are both emergent activities of the same underlying dynamics of the noetic ether, perhaps implying that gravitational phenomena and electromagnetic phenomena may be able to enter magnetic structures, and plasma phenomena seem to play a crucial role in the account for the astrophysical phenomena which we actually observe, and saw that the morphological features of the astrophysical realm seem to imply a crucial role played by electromagnetism, which was as important, if not even been empirically confirmed over the course of the ensuing decades. Galaxies do indeed exhibit vast electromagnetic fields characterized by immense interwoven filament structures. Nonetheless, Alfvén's conjectures about the significance of electromagnetism and plasma in astrophysical formations remains largely ignored in favor of theories involving the unobservable and, I would argue, patently non-existent dark matter. But if our noetic structures within astrophysical systems might actually be able to directly alter the morphology of mass fields of solar systems and galaxies, are directly influencing the way in which the phenomenon of gravity actually manifests within such astrophysical processes. Electric universe theory and plasma cosmology might have the last laugh after all, if the thinkers working within those frameworks come to realize that the major problem holding them back has, ironically, been a failure to adequately understand the true nature of electromagnetism and consequently its fundamental interrelatedness with gravity. Before bringing this position to a close, there are a number of loose ends I would like to attempt to tie up here, and also begin looking at what the path forward might look like if we are to continue to elaborate and refine this conceptual framework. One issue which we have yet to adequately address thus far is the role of the neutron within the atomic nucleus. As we have conceptualized it thus far, the protonic core of the atom is comprised by concentric layers of oscillating protonic waves. The neutron, however, we have envisioned as an essentially toroidal configuration. What this might imply then is that the neutronic element of the atom comes to form a kind of toroidal mantle which envelops the protonic core. Given what we know about atomic decay, we can infer that this neutronic mantle provides some sort of stabilizing force to the protonic core, either through the exertion of a kind of contractive magnetic pressure, some sort of harmonic dynamics, or both, though the exact nature of these dynamics would need to be revealed through much more precise and mathematical treatments of our model. On that note, I'd like to call attention to another YouTuber who is criminally underappreciated in my opinion, Ray Fleming. Fleming certainly has his own opinions, which may differ dramatically from my own in many ways, but nonetheless, there is certainly much that we seem to agree upon. Specifically, Fleming has come to very similar conclusions about the morphology of the proton. In this video, Fleming addresses anomalous variations in the measured radius of the proton and attempts to explain these variations by conceptualizing the proton as a spherical structure of rotating dipoles. This model is effectively the exact same as the standing wave model, which I've attempted to articulate here, assuming we interpret the positive and negative charge of these dipoles as representing etheric density and vacuity, respectively. Fleming then goes on to calculate the maximum radius of such a configuration by considering the limitation of the speed of light and regarding the G factor of the proton as equivalent empirically, and concludes that the range of distinct measurements is due to the oscillation dynamics of the proton. This could then potentially provide us with a window into how we can begin to mathematically depict the dynamics which are implicated by the noetic ether model, and use such mathematical depictions to achieve further reaching inferences. We could begin to calculate the frequency and density of the mass field propagations, which we have conjectured to issue forth from the protonic core, and begin to correlate those calculated frequencies with the harmonic properties of the atom's electronic shells. Thoroughly elaborating this model would also require us to take a second look at Maxwell's mathematical synthesis of electromagnetic theory. If our ether framework is in fact accurate, this implies that the Maxwell equations describe emergent phenomena which arise from much more fundamental dynamics of etheric density, vacuity, circulation, and interference. By attempting to mathematically model these more fundamental dynamics, we could ideally then show in a formal way that the Maxwellian electrodynamic phenomena can be derived from more fundamental principles, and recontextualize phenomena which are already demonstrable. The framework also carries with it a number of far-reaching implications for cosmology and metascientism. One very common notion we find within modern astrophysics is that of the heat death of the universe. It is alleged that due to the second law of thermodynamics, the overall structure of our universe will inevitably break down as the overall equilibrium. The second law of thermodynamics, if taken to be an ultimate metaphysical principle, indicates that the order we see in nature cannot be created, but only redistributed, and that this redistribution always results in a net decrease of the overall order of the cosmos as a total system. This heat death is then complemented by the notion of the Big Bang. Since order or centropy cannot actually be generated by cosmogonic processes within this materialistic framework, all of the centropy of the universe must have somehow been contained within the seed which gave birth to it. The universe is thus said to begin as a state of near absolute gradation, and that the entire history of the universe, everything that we have ever known and everything that has ever been, is in fact the gradual winding down of being into nothingness. Terence McKenna once stated that any cosmological theory requires one free miracle, one basic presumption that can allow the universe to actually set itself in motion. The problem with modern astrophysics, however, is that its one free miracle is everything that it is supposed to actually explain. All of the order which we see inherent in materialism can only account for processes of decay, and thus cannot account for legitimate morphogenesis. But even in the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell had already seen a fatal flaw within this reification of entropy dynamics into an absolute metaphysical principle. In order to illustrate this, Maxwell developed a thought experiment which we now know as Maxwell's demon. Imagine a perfectly sealed chamber filled with a gas which is distributed in a thermally homogeneous manner. The heat of the gas is distributed in a perfectly even manner throughout the chamber. But then imagine that there is a membrane separating the chamber into two subdivisions. Gas particles can pass through the subdivision, but the membrane is able to condition which particles can or cannot pass through it based on their speed. By selectively determining which particles are and are not permitted to pass through the membrane will eventually separate the gas inside of the chamber, while slow-moving particles will be found only on the other side. Entropy, it would seem, will have been transmuted into centropy. The common refutation of Maxwell's demon is that somehow the membrane would need to keep a memory store of what particles it has allowed increase in entropy, which would counterbalance the apparent increase in centropy which we see in the separation of gases within the chamber. In reality, the arguments surrounding Maxwell's demon and the alleged role of memory erasure are much more complicated than what is typically repeated to us, and I won't be getting into those considerations in detail here. But nonetheless, even if we take these arguments at face value, they only appear to be refutations of Maxwell's demon if we are presuming that the only form of memory in nature is computational mechanical memory. As we have seen in much more detail in other videos, this assumption would appear to be demonstrably false. If we are to take the works of Whitehead, Bergson of thermodynamics is no more than what it was initially intended to be, a principle pertaining specifically by which heat within mechanical systems comes to gravitate towards equilibrium over time, not an iron law of cosmology and metaphysics. We might then conclude that all truly organic systems, including atoms, stars, galaxies, plasmas, and even metallic magnets, are in some sense or another Maxwellian demons, or rather eidolons, which generate syntropic order from entropic homogeneity through morphogenesis. Modern astrophysics, with its Big Bang and heat death, would thus appear to be, if anything, completely upside down. Cosmogenesis is a process of creation and integration, not disintegration and decay. On that note, we can now return to a question which I left conspicuously hanging earlier on in this video. If neutrons and consequently hydrogen atoms are in fact formed via the creation of circular loops of electromagnetic waves, then how does this actually come about? As previously mentioned, we do empirically observe the phenomenon of gravitational lensing, which within this context we can interpret as resulting from gradients of etheric density due to mass fields. Under conditions of particularly extreme ether density, therefore, it is possible that electromagnetic waves could be curved into themselves so as to form toroidal circuits. One circumstance within which this might actually take place would be within the mass field of a particularly massive celestial object. Electromagnetic waves would come to be wrapped around the surface of this body. As these loops come to accumulate, then they would eventually come to be pushed towards the poles of the body by forces of density and pressure. As the electromagnetic circuits approach the poles, their circumference will grow ever smaller until eventually being ejected from the poles as a stream of neutrons, which will then collapse into hydrogen atoms. Within the nuclei of galaxies, this seems to be exactly what we see with the phenomenon known as quasars or galactic jets. This would imply they can create new stars, which can then eventually become new galactic nuclei and thus engines of ever more matter. So here we can see how matter might be generated within the present epoch of our cosmos. But this still leaves us with the question of how matter may have initially come to form prior to the emergence of the first galactic nuclei. Here we must be much more speculative, but nonetheless, I believe that we can begin to piece together a plausible, albeit provisional narrative. So to begin, we must first ask the question of what the overall topography of our universe might actually be. One might surmise that the physical universe might in fact be a truly infinite expanse, that there are an indefinite number of stars and galaxies filling a truly endless spatial void. This, however, would be to misuse the concept of infinity. As Whitehead illustrates in his treatment of Zeno's paradoxes, the infinite, infinitesimal, and indefinite are properties which can be attributed to potentialities, but not concrete actualities. It may be the case that an apple can be divided an infinite number of times in potentiality, but one cannot have an infinite number of apple slices or an infinite number of apples because, strictly speaking, infinity is not a number. Universe, then that leaves us with precious few options. One possibility, at least within the framework of Einsteinian cosmology, is that the physical universe could be folded into a kind of four-dimensional toroid through the curvature of space-time. Even if we are conceding the highly dubious assumption that space-time curvature is a physically real phenomenon, empirical observations have failed to corroborate this possibility. As far as our instruments have been able to measure, the overall curvature of space appears to be zero. The topography of our universe might be. It must be looped upon itself. Not due to the curvature of space-time, but rather due to the fact that all directed where you are. We could say that although the universe is in fact finite, it is nonetheless indefinitely mirrored in a sense. If we presume that this is indeed the case, and then imagine a primordial state of the universe in which the only dynamics are the fluctuations of ether density within an otherwise empty void, then we can begin to imagine how this primordial situation might begin to dynamically develop due to its own basic characteristics. Any fluctuations of ether density which radiate outward will ultimately come to loop back upon themselves. Due to the closed nature of the universe, in other words, all expansive propagations will inevitably be turned inside out, as it were, to become contractive propagations. Therefore, even if we begin with density fluctuations which were almost negligibly minute, these ripples would come to build upon one another, gradually coming to build an unimaginably titanic vortex of constructive and destructive interference. Within the core of this titanic primordial vortex, electromagnetic propagations would come to be wrapped upon themselves by extreme densities which would come to form. The first atoms would be born, thus beginning the embryonic gestation of the first galactic nucleus. One last nuance I'd like to account for here is the astrophysical phenomenon known as redshift. The term redshift refers to the fact that when we look to ever more distant stars and galaxies, we tend to see that the electromagnetic radiation being emitted by such bodies is ever more shifted towards lower wavelengths. Within Einsteinian cosmology, this is typically taken to moving away from us ever more rapidly due to the expansion of space-time itself, therefore effectively stretching out the radiations of distant stars and galaxies. Within our noetic ether cosmology, however, we can understand this phenomenon in a very different manner. As we have already seen, our distant objects is not in fact empty at all, but rather permeated by the overlapping mass fields of every atom in the cosmos. Although these mass fields rapidly diminish in accordance with the inverse square law, they only asymptotically approach zero, meaning that every atom in the universe has a non-zero ether density influence upon every single point in space. Over the incomprehensibly vast expanse of space between galaxies and galactic structures, these negligible perturbations of density would become much more consequential, gradually sapping the energy of the electromagnetic propagations which travel across such vast distances. We actually observe in galactic quasars. Numerous observations indicate that the quasars within the centers of galaxies tend to exhibit substantially higher redshift than the redshift of the galaxies that they are found within. Within the Einsteinian framework, these observations would seem impossible, given that a galactic nucleus should not be accelerating away from us faster than the galaxy that it is a part of. As such, astrophysicists have attempted to explain away these observations by claiming that they are due to line-of-sight coincidences or lensing effects. But if we interpret redshift within the context of the noetic ether near the galactic nuclei, then the galactic bodies as a whole, and this increased density would result in a much more pronounced electromagnetic redshift. As such, we can conclude that we actually have no reason whatsoever to infer that our universe is expanding at all. Our cosmos is growing into being, not exploding into nothingness. So there are also a couple of somewhat tangential but potentially quite significant nuances which I should mention before wrapping this up. One is the nature of atomic photon absorption. Within this phenomenon, atoms are said to absorb photonic particles. Though within the context of our etheric framework, we can take this to imply a transmission of a polar etheric density and vacuity between two atoms. The atom which receives this transmission will be altered such that its valence electron, after this valence electron, will drop back to a photonic propagation, which will result in a subsequent transmission. Given the understanding of the atom which we have developed above, this phenomenon must imply that the photonic transmission results in the protonic core of the atom becoming lower in frequency, such that the electronic shell resulting from its mass field propagations will expand to a higher energy level with a lower frequency but greater harmonic unrest. Therefore, we can infer that the photonic transmission actually reduces the intensity of the protonic core by expanding the protonic standing wave to a state of larger radius. The protonic standing wave comes to be stretched out, as it were, to a less stable harmonic state, thereby temporarily resulting in lower frequency mass field waves. When the proton then reverts to its more stable baseline harmonic state, the energy potential of the less stable harmonic state is then converted into another wave of photonic propagations. Thus far, I've mostly implied that the standing wave patterns of both the may be an oversimplification. In order to account for the spin characteristics attributed to the electronic shells, it might be necessary to conclude that these spherical standing waves are in fact spherical vortices, with more complex morphology than what I've thus far suggested. I don't think this complication would change very much about what I've said in this video, but this is something that might be highly significant in attempts to further elaborate this theory. This notion also has precedent in earlier theories. J.J. Thomson, for example, developed a model of the atom as an ether vortex, and so we could potentially look to these earlier attempts in order to gain insight into such complications. So one final phenomenon which I would like us to address here is that of time dilation. Time dilation is certainly an empirically real phenomenon, but one which unfortunately has always been obscured by the fog of Einsteinian relativity theories. As we saw in the previous video in this series, although time dilation is often regarded as a definitive empirical validation of special relativity theory, the ironic reality is that special relativity is X because it cannot explain any physically real phenomena at all. We cannot explain real time dilation by collapsing time into a fourth spatial dimension such that time itself is rendered into nothing more than a perspectival illusion. We can, however, explain taking longer to occur, then we can begin to develop a genuine understanding of this phenomenon. One major area of disagreement that emerged in the public debates between Henri Bergson and Albert Einstein in 1922 was with regards to the nature of time. While Einstein had come to see time as no more than a stubbornly persistent, grounded in the empirical reality of time as a genuine phenomenon within nature. Bergson understood time as being as the amount of time required for processes to actually unfold. Bergson saw that memory was absolutely fundamental for adequately understanding the empirical reality of how duration is experienced. As we have seen in far more detail in previous videos, particularly those pertaining to Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance, this Bergsonian understanding of memory is very different than the notion of memory as computational information storage. Bergson saw memory as a fundamental dynamic of nature itself and saw that the memory of organic processes was not mere retrieval of stored information, but rather the actual recreation or recollection of past events. Bergson thus developed a notion of a memory cone, a visual illustration of how organisms are able to reach into the past in order to bring the past into dynamic dialogue with presently unfolding processes. Just as Bergson saw a memory cone extending into the past, we should also extend a future possibilities into consideration within the present moment. Processes which are more animate and thus more conscious are those which have a larger range of possible recollections and considerations of possible futures. The cones thus extend further into the past and future. Processes which are more mechanical, conversely, are those which are more directly determined by the immediate past. The cones are therefore much more truncated, as the consciousness present within such a process is far less intense or lucid. We can see this distinction quite clearly within our own experiences. Actions which we take in a far more habitual, automatic manner are those in which we are simply responding to immediate circumstances in a more mechanistic manner, and the passage of time feels much more rapid. When we are more present for our actions, we bring into play a much broader range of past experiences and future possibilities, and the flow of time is experienced as much more dilated. We can empirically demonstrate that clocks tick more slowly for objects which are moving at higher velocities relative to the Earth. If we take this as an empirically real phenomenon rather than a relativistic illusion, we must take this to imply that real processes are actually taking longer to occur at higher velocities. Yet, if we are to presume that there is no action must somehow be occurring due to a contrast between the motion of the high velocity object and the mass field of the Earth, it must somehow be that time dilation is due to the object's resistance of the contractive power that is the animate processes which comprise the object. There is a dilation of time because there is in fact a dilation of consciousness, which occurs for all of the processes involved. Thus, it would seem that relative velocity itself is not resulting in a distortion of time measurement, but rather that the influence of ether density actually contracts consciousness in the exact same way that it physically contracts material objects. At higher velocities, processes come to untether themselves from this contractive power, thus resulting in a dilation of the processes themselves, which results then in longer durations. The dilation of these illustrative cones of consciousness indicates that consciousness will be less bound to the determining influences of their immediate physical environments and will instead become far more receptive to the noetic realm of the astronauts who have actually undergone such an untethering from the Earth's mass field. Their accounts directly support this interpretation. Numerous astronauts have reported immensely profound spiritual experiences which have occurred under such circumstances. Edgar Mitchell, the sixth human being to walk on the moon, reported an experience which he described as samadhi, a state of meditative oneness described within Indic mysticism. Following this experience, Mitchell would go on to found IONS, the Institute of Noetic Sciences, in order to further explore the nature of consciousness. On the Apollo 15 missions, astronaut James Irwin likewise underwent an intensely religious experience. Following this experience, Irwin would go on to become a Christian minister in order to heed the spiritual compulsion which he had encountered. And their descriptions of these experiences almost always repeat their purposiveness. Such experiences are often explained as simply the results of how seeing the Earth from a different perspective can cause individuals to be shocked into a moment of epiphany. But now we can see that there may be much more at play here. It may indeed be the case that becoming more untethered from the Earth's influence directly results in a heightened capacity for spiritual receptivity through a literal dilation of consciousness, which is fundamentally identical to the dilation of time. Ever since the rise of mechanistic materialism as the predominant thing to be regarded as a mere curiosity or incomprehensible anomaly within orthodox scientific discourse. Even today, as ever more intellectuals are coming to acknowledge the inevitable conclusion that consciousness must in fact be somehow fundamental to reality itself, such intellectuals nevertheless seem to believe that this acknowledgement of consciousness is no more than a shift towards a different manner of thinking philosophically about the world, a frame shift as it were, which ultimately has no real bearing on our understanding of how the physical world operates. We can have our cake and eat it too, so they seem to suggest, as our understanding of consciousness need not force us to invoke the ire of academic science by requiring us to challenge accepted dogmas. As we have already begun to see, however, this attitude betrays an abject failure to understand just how far-reaching the implications of consciousness actually are. Taking the epistemology of science seriously is necessarily to take consciousness seriously. To take consciousness and epistemology seriously is necessarily to take seriously unscientific. If we are to take seriously the very idea of science itself, therefore, then we will be required to reevaluate essentially everything about the natural world, which has been presented to us as factual by the academic clergy. Whether that be our understanding of time dilation, the nature of light and color, the significance of concepts such as entropy and energy, or perhaps most significantly, the true nature of the relationships between matter, consciousness, and biological animacy. As we move forward with this series, we will be continuing to follow the trail laid before us by these implications. We will direct ourselves even further into the history of science, towards the origins of the rupture which developed between materialistic and phenomenological naturalism. In doing so, we will begin to look at the division which emerged between the optical theories of Johann von Goethe and Isaac Newton. There, we will look to the phenomena of light, darkness, and color, and the relations between such phenomena and the natures of energy, frequency, and vibration. The fundamental musicality through which we can begin to see the primordial unity of electromagnetism, matter, and animacy. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone. Please make yourself comfortable and enjoy the cozy atmosphere of my study. Because we have a long journey to the past, antiquity again, and this time to talk about ancient deities, gods and goddesses that at some point became prominent or very well known in the societies that worship them, before falling into oblivion. Not fully. To some of us, their names may ring a bell, but most people don't really know what there was behind these names. So, tonight I will tell you about Sol Invictus, or Sol Invictus, if we want to pronounce it like the Romans did. Sol Invictus was the sun god of the Romans that remained relatively obscure for centuries, before turning into one of the most, if not the most, influential cult of the Roman Empire in the late 3rd century and early 4th century AD. A widely held theory is that the Church, the Christians, chose December the 25th as Jesus Christ's birthday, as Christmas, to absorb or appropriate the yearly festival of Sol Invictus that was held on the same date. The 25th of December was the traditional day of the winter solstice for the Romans. We will see why and how Sol Invictus, his festival, is that solid, because there is still an open debate among historians. After Sol Invictus, I will tell you about Mithra. an Iranian god that crossed the Middle East and inspired a cult in ancient Rome too. But a cult of a particular type, a mystery religion, a religion that was reserved to initiates. We will see what that meant. And there will be more. After Mitra, I will tell you about Inanna, the goddess of love and fertility in ancient Mesopotamia, and one of the most ancient known deities in the world. But she didn't disappear with the Sumerian civilization where she first appeared. Under the name of Ishtar, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, which are ulterior Mesopotamian civilizations, kept worshipping her. And she may have influenced the development of other deities, including the Greek Aphrodite. After thousands of years of prominence in the Middle East, her cult finally declined and disappeared in the first centuries of our era, in the wake of Christianization. Inanna, or Ishtar, was generally a benevolent figure, a much more threatening entity of also must be forgotten, but I'll tell you about him. And finally, we will revisit the rise and fall of Aten, the Egyptian sun disk that Pharaoh Akhenaten tried to impose as a superior cult to all other Egyptian gods. Unsuccessfully, because immediately after his death, Akhenaten was deemed heretical. His new capital, Amarna, was abandoned. So, as you see, we have a lot to explore tonight. And this will take us from secret shrines in Rome to the sands of Egypt. As you now know well, if you are familiar with this channel, you can also listen to my stories on Spotify, Apple Music, and other music streaming apps. You will find links in the description. Or on Patreon, listening to everything with or without background sounds, and downloading the stories and videos, and La Biblioteca de los Sueños that consists of my stories retold by Olympia in English and Spanish respectively. If you wish to try a different voice, a different take, and a different accent. And now, our first stop takes us to ancient Rome and the figure of Sol Invictus. When we think of Roman gods, the Roman pantheon, we tend to think about the Roman equivalents of Greek gods, the ones that gave their names to planets, Jupiter, Mars, the Roman Empire. But in the city of Rome, many more deities were worshipped. There were lesser-known Roman gods like Sol, and foreign deities too. Rome was also a cultural crossroads, with communities from all around the Mediterranean. So you found temples to all the Levant. For centuries prior to the 3rd century AD, the Romans had worshipped a god named Sol. Writings and archaeological remains was often called Sol Indigus, meaning the true becoming Sol Invictus in the later period, meaning the invincible Sol. There is an ongoing debate among experts about the cult of Sol a long time. Historically, a consensual view among scholars and archaeologists was that the Roman had adopted 2 different gods named Sol successively. The first one, Sol Indigenous, would have declined and be forgotten, and only later, another one, Sol Invictus, would have been imported from the Middle East, from Syria, by emperors who were devotees of this deity. And it would have been this originally foreign Sol Invictus that would have arrived in Rome and be elevated to one of the most important divine figures for a few decades. But in the past 30 years, this view has been challenged with strong arguments, and the second school of historians now thinks it was the same God all along, because they are not very different, and Sol Invictus is only loosely connected to Syria. They also argue that the difference in names, Indigenous or Invictus, is not really relevant, because other deities had the term Invictus added to their names. And even several emperors had this term Invictus added right after their names. So the fact that Sol was referred to as Sol Invictus in the 3rd century could just be a new way of naming him, a new custom, rather than a different god. To make things just a bit more complicated, the iconography of Sol Invictus was also often misleading. The sun god was often represented as a beardless man, with a crown of spikes looking like sun rays, and often driving a chariot with 4 horses. But it was close to its Greek equivalent, Helios. But this depiction of the sun god also became a symbol for the sun itself, without any religious connotation. That's why in Christian tombs of the 3rd or 4th centuries, or in ancient synagogues, portraits that look a lot like depictions of Sol Invictus were discovered. But that would be weird. Why would Christians or Jews depict a god that was pagan to them? The solution to this mystery is that it was not the god they represented, but just the symbol of the sun. A man driving a chariot with 4 horses, come to symbolize the sun to almost everyone in the Roman Empire. And this makes it harder to understand the relevance, the importance of this cult to the Romans. These debates about the origins of Sol and the evolution of the cult are not necessarily closed yet, but we can leave them aside and look at the rise of Sol Invictus in the 3rd century to understand why it happened and how relevant this was. What made the cult of a god important, prominent, was a combination of things. Popular devotion was important, patronage from rich and powerful people too, and also how important central a cult became in political and social life. As I told you in various past stories about ancient Rome, the Romans were not necessarily big on mysticism or spirituality. These things existed, certainly. What was really visible was the political and social significance of religion, respecting cults, making offerings, participating in celebrations, in ceremonies, in festivals, was a way of showing that you belonged to Roman society. It was almost a civic duty, and actually believing in every single god was secondary. And this aspect of traditional Roman religion, the way it was intertwined with social life, is one of the big reasons why religious minorities could be sometimes rejected and persecuted when they refused to play along. They were not rejected because their beliefs were considered false or bad. The Romans tolerated it. They were rejected because they did not comply with Roman rules of civility. The Jews, and even worse later, the Christians, refused to play along and pay respect to Jupiter or Apollo. In their views, doing so would have been worshipping idols, which their scriptures explicitly forbid. So they condemned these traditional Roman gods as fake idols. And by doing so, they placed themselves out of society in the eyes of the Romans. Their behavior was considered antisocial and threatening to social order. That was not the only reason for persecutions. Attacking minorities and actively creating emissary goats is also an old trick that is as old as politics. And there was some of that. Xenophobia also probably came into play. Judaism or Christianity were Oriental cults in the eyes of the Romans. They were un-Roman. And there was also a problem specific to the Christian doctrine, which was all its discourse against the rich and its condemnation of wealth. We should be cautious with comparisons, but for a part, the Roman elite reacted to it like some of the bourgeois of the 19th century reacted to the rise of socialist ideas and Marxism. These were seen as mortal threats to social and economic. For all these different reasons, these first Christians were really annoying and even threatening to a large part of the Roman society at the time. And this explains persecutions. Returning to what made a cult influential in Rome, I was telling you that to be recognized among the top gods, a deity needed to be accepted by the Roman elite, the old patrician families, and have not only temples, but a group of priests and supporters recruited in this elite. This is what the cult of Sol Invictus achieved in the late 3rd century, after centuries of being a second-tier deity. And why this sudden change of status? Thanks primarily to a progressive gain in popularity and devotion in the army, and later the patronage of emperors. It began in the army, which was more solicited than ever in the 3rd century AD. The peak of the Roman Empire was the 2nd century, a period of internal stability, of expansion and prosperity, during which several consecutive emperors ruled successfully. But this golden age of ancient Rome came to an end in the 3rd century, which was a period of civil wars, of increased pressure on the frontiers, and of realization that the empire was too large and too extended to be administered centrally only from Rome. Eventually, it would be reunified by force, and new ways of organizing the administration would be found. It was not the end for ancient Rome yet. But the empire never fully recovered from the destruction of this 3rd century crisis. especially the western part of the empire, where a lot of infrastructure was destroyed or damaged and would never be repaired. So it's fighting almost continuously against foreigners on the frontiers, and even more against other Roman factions. It wasn't new. Controlling the military was the key to political power. Actual or aspiring emperors could not afford to lose support from their armies, because if they did, their days would be quickly numbered. And in the 3rd century, devotion to Sol became widespread in the Roman army. Sol became the personification of victory and of all the good things that soldiers could aspire to. Instead of Mars, the god of war, Sol became the deity soldiers would pray and make small offerings to before battles, for example, while generals would ask for his support and promise to dedicate their eventual victory to him. At the time of promoting the cult of Sol, this was certainly not neutral. In a war-torn society like Rome in the 3rd century, values and views coming from the military. A first attempt by Elagabalus, a minor emperor who reigned for a short time as a teenager. Elagabalus had become a devotee of this Syrian sun god I mentioned earlier, and he tried to install this cult in Rome. This is one of the reasons for this old theory that Sol Invictus actually came from Syria and was not a Roman god. But in any case, it didn't work. The cult of Sol Invictus, promoted by Elagabalus, was not adopted by the population in Rome. At the time, it was seen as an offense to traditional Roman gods because it was a foreign deity, and the emperor was assassinated after 4 years of reign. 50 years later, in 274 AD, under an emperor of a different caliber, Aurelian. Aurelian is a major figure of Roman history in the 3rd century because he did more than any other leader to get the Roman Empire out of its near-collapse situation. He had humble origins and climbed up the ranks in the army, up to becoming emperor. And as emperor, he won an incredible series of victories against barbarian peoples. The Alemanni, the Goths, the Vandals, Sarmatians, and more. And he reunified the empire by force, which had become the only way possible at the time. He remained emperor only for 5 years, but his legacy was major. Coming from the army, having also promised Sol that he would promote his cult if he obtained victory over his enemies, which he did. It's surprising that Aurelian had this particular devotion to Sol Invictus. And so in 274, he made the figure of Sol the chief god of the empire. And this time, it worked. It was no longer the whim of a teenager like Elagabalus, but rather the will of the emperor of the century, in a sense. The Roman elite accepted this, and the cult of Sol Invictus became a feature of Rome and other major Roman cities. From this moment on, the depictions, the iconography of Sol grows a lot on mosaics, on paintings, or on coins. This is well known and documented, but still quite obscure. Victors had temples that was set on the 25th of December, the day of the solstice. Aurelian put Sol at the top of his personal pantheon and encouraged the veneration of this god as the most important one. But it would be a mistake to call this an attempt at monotheism. The existence of other gods, or even the validity of their worship, was never attacked by the emperors at the time, nor by the cult of Sol Invictus. At most, it could be called a form of loose monotheism. And there is a term for that, henotheism. But it was not monotheism, because there was one monotheist religion also growing at the time, Christianity. And it is finally Christianity that replaced Sol Invictus. The successors to Aurelian were less enthusiastic in promoting the sun god, but they let it in its prominent spot. It is finally under the Emperor Constantine I, who reigned in the first half of the 4th century, that the cult of Sol Invictus lost its privilege of being the imperial religion. Constantine converted to Christianity and played a big role in making Christian practice legal, while elevating the status of Christianity. Sol Invictus did not disappear overnight. There was a resistance to the conversion led by Constantine and setbacks, but eventually, in a few decades, Christianity became the imperial religion of Rome for good, and Sol Invictus declined all along the 4th century. The last known inscription mentioning him is from 387, end of the 4th century. So you noted that the festival of Sol Invictus was on the 25th of December, a date now famous to be Christmas Day. Early Christianity also used the symbol of the sun a lot, way more than today. And sometimes Jesus Christ was associated with the sun in images or in writings. The early church sometimes called Jesus Sol Justitiae, Son of Righteousness. Hence the theory that when a day was chosen to celebrate the birthday of Jesus Christ, it was set on the 25th of December, which itself had been set on the day where the Romans placed the winter solstice. In reality, the astronomical solstice is not necessarily on the 25th. It falls around this date. The scriptures do not give precise, explicit information about this date. But it is not completely guaranteed that the Sol Invictus festival was the reason or the only reason why Christmas was set on the 25th of December. It is possible, but another theory is that the day of Christmas was placed just 9 months after March the 25th, a date that could have been chosen before as Christ's conception, the Annunciation. And if it was really the case, if the 25th of March for the Annunciation had been decided before, the 25th of December for Christmas was a logical choice, just 9 months later, to keep the calendar coherent. In any case, it is likely that maintaining an existing festival while changing its significance, helped the adoption of the new religion across the Roman Empire. Our second figure tonight is a god that traveled and morphed in surprising ways, from ancient Persia to Rome, Mithra. Originally, Mithra was a god that the Persians venerated as part of their state religion, Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is one of the oldest organized faiths in the world. It emerged in the 2nd millennium BC in Persia, in Iran, and it is called Zoroastrianism after its prophet, which still exists. There would be about 100,000 faithful left across the world. There is the belief in a supreme being, uncreated and benevolent, Ahura Mazda, fundamentally good, and is opposed to an enemy, Angra Mainyu, a destructive spirit that is fundamentally evil. Follow that at the end of our times, good, Ahura Mazda, will triumph over evil. In practice, it is much more complicated than that. And as the official religion of antique Persian empires for more than 1,000 years, Zoroastrianism as a monotheistic or polytheistic religion. Because even though there was one supreme being, Ahura Mazda, there were godlike figures too, an entire pantheon. Some even consider Zoroastrianism to be enotheistic, this term I mentioned earlier about Aurelian and Sol Invictus. That is to say, the veneration of a god over all others, without excluding the possible existence of other deities. I am telling you this because among these gods was Mithra. The Zoroastrians have a word, Yazat, that can be translated by God, divinity. But Yazata means worthy of worship, worthy of veneration. So it names more a concept than a singular entity, like a god would be defined in the Western tradition. In practice, these Zoroastrian Yazata, or divinities, were understood as gods by their neighbors, by the Greeks or the Romans. And Mithra was one of them, a deity that could be considered as benevolent and a personification of order. It was the deity of justice, of the sun, of light, of contracts and friendships. He was the patron of everything legal and deeply linked to justice. And even though we do not have that much information about how, when, or to what extent this figure was worshipped in ancient Persia, we probably a well-liked, popular deity. A sign of this is that Mithra was often represented in pre-Muslim art and architecture, like their civilization. And the expansion of the Persian Empire by the middle of the 1st millennium BC was major, spectacular. The Persians, the Achaemenid Empire, named after its ruling dynasty, became the largest and most populated the world had ever seen, occupying almost the entire Middle East, from India to Turkey and Egypt, threatening Greece. It is this threat that the Greeks united to fight. and this empire that ultimately Alexander the Great defeated and conquered. So, with the expansion of the Achaemenid, the cult of Mithra had spread well beyond Iran, the Iranian plateau, where few Zoroastrian divinities really became popular out of Persia, but Mithra did. In Anatolia, in particular in modern Turkey, where it was present during the Hellenistic period. Hellenistic is the name given to the period after the conquests of Alexander, when the Middle East was strongly influenced politically and culturally by Greece, and sometimes vice versa. The cult of Mithra also formed roots among Greek populations. From the Greek world, Mithra continued to travel and passed to the Roman world, when Rome was expanding fast to the eastern Mediterranean. In the 1st century BC and AD, the encounter of this originally Iranian deity with Roman society produced an original phenomenon, the development of Mithraism, a cult of Mithra in Rome and many parts of the Roman Empire, Mithra being renamed Mithras with an S, but one that had very little to see, almost nothing actually, with the original Mithra. Mithraism was a mystery religion centered on Mithras. But mystery religion, what does it mean? A mystery religion, or world, that was secret and secretive. Only initiates could participate in these. If you think of large religions, their doctrines and their set of practices may be hard to understand or seem obscure to outsiders. But they are not hidden. They have scriptures that you are even invited to read. They have reference texts, doctrines. Most of the time their ceremonies are public and you are also invited to join. Actually, they would be happy to see you convert, embrace the same faith. And they have ministers, representatives, figures of authority who are also public and accessible. A mystery religion is the opposite of this. It forms a secret society that may try to recruit, but always very discreetly. The beliefs and rituals are not made public, and you need to be initiated as a member to start discovering what it is all about. And oftentimes, in the antique world, your initiation was just the beginning of a journey. There would be various degrees, various grades of initiation, that each would give the faithful access to new revelations. This sounds a lot like a religious cult, a sect. This is no coincidence. This is exactly what a mystery religion was. There is no reason to believe that they preyed on their members like so many modern sects do. But they were religious sects. In antiquity, these secret religions were rather popular in Greece or in the Roman Empire, and across different social classes, especially in cities and in the military. There was probably something appealing in the mystery itself. These cults were exotic, so it made people dream and fantasize. And as an initiate, it gave you a sense of worth, if not of superiority. It came with friends or acquaintances that could be useful outside. Mitraism became a little phenomenon. Not a massive thing, the cult of Mitra forming circles, but it became quite widespread from itself. In all these engaged in this secretive cult, the Mithras they worshipped had very little to do with the Iranian Mithra. Modern historians generally agree that, at most, Mithras reflected the perception that the Romans had of the Persian Mithra, because they knew this god was from Persia, and that was probably part of the appeal. It was foreign in the Zoroastrian cult into the Roman world. The Roman believers completely reinvented this deity. The cult was popular, in particular in the western part of the Roman Empire, and for a long time, from the 1st to the 4th century AD, it was popular among the Roman army, and what we would call the Roman urban middle class or upper middle class. Artisans, for example, often in underground temples. We can suppose that Mithraism and Christianity could have looked a bit alike in the first centuries to people who didn't know these religions. The Mithraists, because they hid voluntarily and were always discreet. The Christians, for different reasons. Their cult was illegal in Rome. They were persecuted, and so they needed to hide. Mithraism was heavy on symbols, astrology, that for the Romans was also associated with the Orient. They saw it as a Babylonian practice. And the average newcomers to the cult probably entered at the first grade of initiation, called Corax, which meant raven or crow. And from there, by submitting themselves to years of learning and tests, by spending time with their fellow believers and participating in rituals of an unknown kind, they could rise. The second grade was called Nymphus, meaning bridegroom. The third, Miras, soldier, all the way up to the 7th grade, Pater, father. It is unclear whether all members went through this ladder of grace, or if it was just for priests, and we also ignore the exact rituals that they performed in their secret temples. More than 400 sites of Mithraic cult have been studied, and from them, it seems the groups were small and not necessarily connected between them. This cult was very decentralized, and probably that only men were accepted into these chapters of the cult, because the list also seems a major aspect participating in feasts, in banquets, in these hidden temples that are called Mithria, a Mithrium in the singular. A lot of food residues and eating utensils were almost invariably discovered. And it is supposed that these banquets were celebrations of the god, probably existed, but it got mostly lost. The of the Mithria is the god Mithras slaying a bull. The meaning of this scene is unknown. Was it a way of symbolically defeating evil, or a reference to the creation of the world, or something else? And other engravings or statues that often come back show Mithras and Sol eating together with this. There were also images of Mithra being born from a rock, and a mysterious figure of a man with a lion head that is not Mithra or Saul. Actually, 2,000 years later, the real content of Mithraism, its doctrine, its beliefs, even the nature of its rites, is very mysterious. In the 4th century AD, Mithraism became prey to persecution as Christianization was happening and the Christian emperors were no longer tolerating other religions. So, as all remnants of the old religious order, Mithraism was attacked and it became illegal. Maybe its secrecy helped it last longer than other cults, but it declined. And by the 5th century, it became extinct. At least no further archaeological remains indicating that the cult went on could ever be found. Here again, the historiography evolved. At some point, it was believed that Mithraism could have been almost a competitor to Christianity, due to the same secretive nature of their practices, even though the Christians went into hiding not by choice, but to protect themselves. They never searched for secrecy for itself, and quite the opposite. They wished to convert as many people as possible. Modern historians are way less convinced by this theory, because Mithraism was widespread, but far less popular. It never involved more than any given time. Christianity started small, but by the 3rd and 4th centuries, it had grown dramatically and organically to the point of becoming dominant. The Christian doctrine and practice was always much more efficient at gaining followers. So Mithraism was never a threat to Christianity. It was not an alternative that could have possibly changed the course of history, because it was just too small. And by the 5th and 6th centuries, the name of Mithras, this ancient god from Persia that had been sent from memories. Our next two deities are going to take us to Mesopotamia. First with Inanna, a goddess also known as Ishtar, the name she got later in Babylon. It is believed that originally Inanna and Ishtar were two separate deities and were not related. Inanna was worshipped 5,000 to 6,000 years ago in Uruk, the ancient Sumerian city, and in the 3rd millennium BC, more than 4,000 years ago, during the Akkadian Empire, the two goddesses were conflated with one another and came to be regarded as the same goddess. And after that, the cult of Inanna Ishtar lasted for another 3,000 years and spread well beyond Mesopotamia. This is why the name Ishtar is probably more famous than Inanna. But the origin of this deity can be traced back to ancient Sumer. And this makes her one of the oldest known deity in the entire world. So the Sumerian Inanna was already an important goddess, but we don't know exactly how she was regarded, because her sphere of power in Sumer, the fields where she supposedly intervened, were many and were often contradictory. But her name appears in various archaeological remains, including a famous relic The Ureg vase, which depicts rows of men bringing up that in Sumer she was associated with the planet Venus. The city of Uruk and the Sumerian civilizational area declined in the 3rd millennium BC as new powers replaced them, and first the Akkadian Empire, where Inanna and Ishtar were goddess. From this point on, the importance and the cult of Ishtar are better, and she made a topic of concern for this antique agricultural society. She also had a tougher or more repressive side, being also the goddess of war and political power. Within the Akkadian Empire, her fame grew and temples to Ishtar appeared all across Mesopotamia, instead of being confined to Uruk as she was initially. By comparing how often she was mentioned and how many buildings were dedicated to her, compared with other gods, Akkadians. And this popularity went on under the Assyrian Empire, the successor to Akkad. The Assyrians had a national god, Ashur, that could also be deemed a forgotten god, and maybe I'll tell you about him in a future story. Ashur was a major deity to them, but they still placed Ishtar above him. She ranked as the highest deity in their pantheon. And she then remained very popular among the following civilization, the Babylonians. Pergamon Museum in Berlin. And even though it is only part of the building, it gives an idea of how magnificent this gate was. It is called Ishtar Gate because it represents various Babylonian gods and goddesses, including Ishtar. The Babylonian Empire expanded well beyond Mesopotamia. It reached the Mediterranean and in the Levant, in modern Syria, influenced by her. These who were sailors and traders disseminated all across the Mediterranean, as far west as Spain. It is believed that directly or via Astarte, Ishtar influenced the Greek goddess Aphrodite, Venus in Roman tradition, the goddess of love, seduction, and sensuality. As a great power, Babylon was at its peak by the mid-1st millennium BC, and after that, Mesopotamian civilizations lost their independence, and the Persians, their neighbors to the east, became the new masters of the Middle East. But the Persians did not try to remain one of the most popular and influent cults in the region. This went on after the conquest of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great. And when Greek-dominated kingdoms in the Near East were replaced by Rome, transformed into Roman provinces, it really began to decline in the 1st or 2nd centuries AD. It was that the cult of Ishtar fully disappeared. Slightly after or at the same time as the last ancient Egyptian temples closed, and many other deities from Phoenicia, Greece, or Rome were also abandoned by their last followers at the time. Ishtar had been worshipped for about 4,000 years though, and this may have made her the longest lasting. Beside the religious aspect, Ishtar ended up as a major figure in Mesopotamian myths and stories. She intervened in the stories The Bull of Heaven, a terrifying monster, Gilgamesh's refusal to become her consort, and her actions result in the death of Enkidu, Gilgamesh's best friend. But this is just one story, and there are many more involving Ishtar, in a famous myth centered on her. She descended to the underworld, a dark cavern located deep below the ground. The master of the underworld, its queen, was her older sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of death. But when she reached the throne room of her sister in the underworld, Ishtar was judged and found guilty by the judges of the underworld, a group of gods called the Anunnaki, and they struck her dead, meaning that she was now prisoner of the underworld, and she owed her life to the god Enki, the creator and one of the Anunnaki, who the world of the living. Contrary to what her role in the Epic of Gilgamesh suggests, Ishtar was generally a positive, benevolent Pazuzu. Pazuzu was a demon to the Mesopotamians, an evil spirit, but one that could also be useful. Historically, portrait of this entity before the first millennium BC. That is to say, more than 3,000 years after the appearance of Inanna in Sumer. And we don't really know when Pazuzu first appeared. But it was probably one of the last Mesopotamian deities to do so. In the Mesopotamian pantheon, there were several demons called Lilu, an Akkadian word for spirit or demon. So several demons that personified the winds. And their king was Pazuzu, who was also the master of the southwestern wind. But Pazuzu had two main aspects. As a wind demon, he was believed to be wild and cruel, really an evil, chaotic figure that went against culture, civilization, and humanity in general. Also a domestic demon, a creature that could be invoked and used to protect homes, haunted spirits, against other demons that would supposedly fear him. And it is in this second dimension, as a domestic spirit, that his statues and figurines multiplied, an image that you may have seen already. He was often represented with a man's body, but the head of a monster, like a mix of human and lion head, and two pairs of wings. His name and his role also appear in multiple texts about magic, rituals, or on the back of his statues. These large or small statues would typically be placed in homes to protect them from external threats, from battles of misfortune. A lot of Pazuzu heads have also been discovered in all sorts of materials. Terracotta, iron, bow heads could also be worn as brooches or on necklaces. It seems pregnant women would often wear their little Pazuzu head as a necklace to protect the baby from evil forces. The main threat Pazuzu was supposed to protect people from was his archenemy, Lamashtu. Of two evils, Pazuzu was the least dangerous and frightening, and so he had his utility. And from the quantity of amulets and mentions of his name, we can assume he was quite popular, possibly well-liked even, despite his demonic nature. Pazuzu did not travel much beyond the frontiers of Mesopotamia, unlike Ishtar, and his decline began earlier than hers. Once the Achaemenid Empire, the Persian Empire, invaded and occupied Mesopotamia in the second half of the first millennium BC. Mesopotamian gods began to lose ground, replaced for a part by Iranian beliefs such as Zoroastrianism and its various figures, including Mithra. It is hard to tell precisely when ancient Mesopotamian religion disappeared, because it took centuries. The last blows were dealt by Christianization in the first centuries of our era. But when Christianization began, it seems Pazuzu had already been forgotten, because the last depictions of him discovered are from before the birth of Jesus Christ. In any case, Pazuzu fully faded to oblivion, and his name only survived on Mesopotamian tower buried underground. And it is only in modern times that these records were unearthed, revealing the existence. And now, let's embark on our last story for tonight. This one is going to take us to an ancient ghost city on the Nile. For centuries, it went forgotten in the sands of the Egyptian desert. Before we go more into detail, let me tell you a quick true story. Once upon a time, in ancient Egypt, during the New Kingdom, when Egypt was wealthier, more refined and more powerful than ever, a new pharaoh ascended to the throne under the name of Amenhotep IV. Pharaohs before him, many different dynasties. He was from the 18th dynasty, and all of them had been the guardians of Egyptian traditions and religion for so many centuries that it now seemed this order existed since the origins of time, and was as old as the world and the gods themselves. But Amenhotep was different. Nefertiti, the royal couple, rejected all gods, especially the one who Aten, the sun disk, the deity that gave life to everything. This was a period of internal troubles in Egypt, because the population didn't like it and remained attached to the old ways, and the priests of rejected gods plotted against the pharaoh, waiting for the moment to take their revenge. But Amenhotep didn't let this stop him. He changed his name to Akhenaten, Aten's horizon. Akhenaten would replace Thebes and mark the beginning of a new golden age for Egypt, the only deity that mattered. Even the age-old Egyptian art that had against his people, against the priests, Akhenaten prevailed, because he was the pharaoh, and pharaohs were half-gods. Akhenaten was built in a few years on the Nile, halfway between Upper Egypt, the south. Thousands of workers were involved. The new capital couldn't wait. It was inaugurated from where the empire was ruled, and Akhenaten's family resided. The pharaoh, his wife Nefertiti, their 6 daughters, and Akhenaten's other children. But outside the capital, Egyptians, his successor, young pharaoh Tutankhamun, abandoned the new city and returned to Thebes. He was firmly under the influence of the priests of Amun, who got back their wealth and privileges, as Akhetaten was emptied of its population. The old order was restored, and the following pharaohs did everything they could to erase Akhenaten and his heresy from memories. Statues were destroyed, inscriptions were hammered, documents bearing his name were either burnt or rewritten. Egypt moved on. More glorious pages were still to come, like the reign of Ramesses II. Desert sand and the passing of time slowly erased Akhetatans, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Turks, and the existence of the heretic pharaoh, his queen, and their lost city fell into oblivion. Akhetaten is now called, and this is the place we are now going to visit. Amarna is located on the east bank of the Nile River. Traditionally in Egypt, the east was the place for the living, and the west, where the sun sets, the place for the dead. In Thebes, Luxor, nowadays, most people lived on the east bank, and funerary complexes like the Valley of the Kings are on the west bank. Amarna was built on a virgin site. No trace of earlier urbanization has been found, and this seems logical for a new start. Construction began around year 5 of Akhenaten's reign, and probably lasted for about built in stone. But this was complicated, slow, and expensive, so it was limited to the most important buildings like temples and tombs. The pharaoh's palaces were mainly built in brick. Bricks were dried in the sun and immediately available for buildings. Then they were probably covered, layered with plaster to smooth the walls. Stone monuments are the face of ancient Egypt nowadays, because they have now entirely disappeared most of the time. Akhetaten needed to be built fast, and this is why stone was barely used. The city was entirely made of mud brick. This means it disappeared, but at the same time, because it was occupied only for a few years and never remodeled, it provides a unique example of the plan of an ancient Egyptian city. The city spread on 8 miles, 13 kilometers, along the Nile, and it was encircled with 14 stelas, that is to say, stone slabs, with inscriptions that detailed its founding by Akhenaten. These provided precious information about the city when they started to be studied. Much of the city was laid out along a royal road, a central avenue from north to south, and the royal residences were located to the north. In the middle, there was a religious and administrative district. To the center, there was a great temple dedicated to the Aten, and a smaller one. Between these, there was another royal residence used for ceremonies, apparently, that was connected to the temples by a bridge or a ramp. Behind this royal residence was an administrative complex, and in this part of the ruins, archaeologists found archive tablets known as the Amarna letters. They are a diplomatic correspondence, and they provided a lot of information. To the south, in the residential area, lived powerful nobles who built estates there. Symmetry. There are conflicting. There is no doubt that she was born in an aristocratic family, but she could have been related to Akhenaten, a cousin, or even his sister. It was common for pharaohs to marry their sisters. Incest was prohibited in Egypt, but not for pharaohs. They were the one exception, because it was believed that royal blood shouldn't be diluted. But she could also have been a stranger, maybe an Anatolian princess, married to young Amenhotep for diplomatic reasons. What we know is that she had elevated to a higher status than probably any queen before her. She was the mistress of Upper and Lower Egypt on steles, and some Egyptologists even believed that she may have become a female pharaoh for a short time or during her regency, during the transition between Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. Her beauty was praised everywhere, but this was really common in ancient Egypt. Texts and statues were not meant to be realistic. They served to celebrate their subject. Egyptian art, painting, sculpture changed markedly, at least the representations of the royal family. The style evolved towards a highly realistic or even unflattering way of depicting people. The pharaoh is shown almost feminine, with a curvy body, a prominent stomach, and a very long face. Maybe this is what he looked like, and there has been theories that he could have been affected by a disease or a genetic condition. But these pictures of Akhenaten are in stark contrast to traditional representations of pharaohs. They had traditionally very masculine features, muscles, large shoulders, thin waist. The art of Amarna sometimes looked almost like a caricature. And in this context, the bust of Nefertiti seems to belong to another period or style. But it doesn't. So it is not impossible that she was effectively an embodiment of classical beauty. However revolutionary and surprising the revolution started by Akhenaten, it probably shouldn't be understood as just a spiritual move. Maybe there were more political power struggles behind it. First, because if he managed to impose an entirely new god to Egypt, it is probably because he was supported by the army. The Egyptian army under the 18th dynasty was a considerable power. At the time, Egypt was at the top of its prosperity. There were no internal threats to the east in the Levant and to the south in Nubia. Egypt still had enemies, but they were far away, and the kingdom could maintain a numerous and powerful military. Sometimes dynasties were even created or continued by generals who grabbed the throne. Along Egyptian history, it happened many times. Don't believe it remained hereditary for so long. So having support from the army was crucial for pharaohs, and especially support against another major political force, the priests. In particular, at the time, the priests of Amun. Temples in ancient Egypt were very powerful institutions. They were economic centers. They owned a large part of the land, and their high priests could be extremely influential, to the point of threatening the pharaohs themselves. And during the New Kingdom, the one cult that gained prominence was the cult of Amun, by far the most worshipped and wealthiest god of them all. Amun was a minor deity during the Old and Middle Kingdoms. The priests of Ra or Osiris were probably much more influential. And Amun was a local deity based in Thebes and its surroundings. But in the New Kingdom, the capital moved to Thebes, and the wealth and influence of the priests of Amun became major over the generations. Amun almost absorbed other gods, and of course Egypt remained polytheist. But in Upper Egypt, religion became close to an equivalent of worshipping Amun. So maybe the choice to break with Thebes and to create a new religious order was also a power move, a power grab, or a reaction against the rampant transformation of Egypt into a theocracy ruled by the priests of Amun. The new religion imposed by Akhenaten was not really monotheism. Even in Akhenaten, other deities were revered, in fact, if not officially, then by at least some of the people who lived in the city. But despite the creation of this new capital and all the powers that pharaohs had, the cult of the Aten never really replaced old gods. And when the pharaoh died, traditions immediately came back in force. 2,000 years couldn't be erased in 15. Maybe there was a regency, maybe by Nefertiti. It's hard to know because many records of the time of Thebes, the priests had recovered their wealth and influence, and the city of Akhenaten was abandoned. But as it was a brick and occupied for such a short time, it's hard to know. The site didn't fall completely into oblivion. There are also traces of occupation nearby, 15 centuries later, during the Roman and early Christian periods. But bit by bit, the ruins became times, starting with Napoleon's expedition in Egypt, and then many more scientific missions, including the German one that unearthed Nefertiti's bust a century ago, that the ruins are unimpressive nowadays. They are not really visited. Only archaeological missions keep working on the site in the hope of better understanding this very particular, unique moment in the history of ancient Egypt. We have reached the end of our exploration journey. Let me know if you would like to hear more stories of forgotten gods, because there are many more. But this is all for tonight. You can now let go and fall asleep, or pick another story from my library if you don't feel sleepy. Au revoir.
Against the Valentinians by Tertullian, 1985, read by Dana Trell. The Valentinians were no doubt a very large body of heretic fables, and no discipline to deter them therefrom, care for nothing so much as to obscure what they preach, if indeed they can be said to preach, who their doctrine is an officiousness which betrays their guilt. their disgrace is proclaimed in the very earnestness with which they maintain their. It is their secrecy that is their disgrace. Accordingly, they previously beset all access to their body with tormenting conditions, and they require a long initiation before they enroll their members, even instruction during 5 years for their perfect disciples, in order that they may mold their opinions by this suspension of knowledge, and apparently raise the dignity of their mysteries in proportion to the craving for them which they had previously created. Then follows the duty of silence. Carefully cast all the aspirations of the free text of nature's reverend name, obscures a real sacrilege by help of an arbitrary symbol, and by empty images obviates the reproach of falsehood. In like manner, the heretics are now Eleusinian dissipations of their own, suggestions of Holy Scripture, since from it, if you propose to them inquiries sincere and honest, they will answer you with a stern look and contracted brow, and say, the subject is profound. If you try them with subtle questions, with the ambiguities of their double tongue, they affirm a community of faith with yourself. If you intimate to them that you understand their opinions, they insist on knowing nothing themselves. If you come to a close engagement with them, they destroy your own fond hope of a victory over them by self-immolation. Not even to their own disciples do they commit a secret before they have made sure of them. They have a knack of persuading men before instructing them, although truth persuades by teaching, but does not teach by first persuading. For this reason, we are branded by them as simple, as being merely so without being wise also, as if indeed wisdom were compelled to be wanting in simplicity, whereas the Lord unites them both. Quote doves, Matthew 10:16. Now, if we, on our parts, be accounted foolish because we are simple, does it then follow that they are not simple because they are wise? Most perverse, however, are they who are not simple, even as they are most foolish who are not wise. And yet, if I prefer taking the latter condition for the lesser fault, since it is perhaps better to have wisdom which falls short in quantity than that which is bad in quality. Better to be in error than to mislead. Besides, the face of the Lord is patiently waited for by those who seek him in simplicity of heart, as says the very wisdom, not of Valentinus, but of Solomon. Then, again, infants have borne by their blood a testimony to Christ. Would you say that it was the children who shouted, "Crucify him"? They were neither children nor infants. In other words, they were not simple. The apostle, too, bids us to become like children again towards God, to be as children in malice by our simplicity, yet as being also wise in our practical faculties. At the same time, with respect to the old figure Christ, the serpent, to tempt him, from the first has been the harbinger of divine peace, the other, from the beginning, has been the despoiler of the divine image. Accordingly, simplicity alone will be more easily able to know and to declare God, whereas wisdom alone. Let him dwell deep down in the ground. Let him worm himself into secret holes. Let him unroll his length through his sinuous joints. Let him tortuously crawl, though not all at once, beast as he is that skulks the light. Our dove, however, how simple is the very home. The symbol of the Holy Spirit, it loves the radiant east, that figure of Christ. Nothing causes truth a blush, except only being hidden, because no one there too. No man will be ashamed to recognize him as God, whom nature has already commended to him, whom he already perceives in all his works. Him, indeed, who is simply, for this reason, imperfectly known, because man has not thought of him as only one, because he has named him in a plurality of gods and adored him in other forms. Yet, to induce oneself to turn from this multitude of deities to another crowd, to remove from a familiar authority to an unknown one, to wrench oneself from what is manifest to what is hidden, is to offend faith on the very threshold. Now, even suppose that you are initiated into the entire fable. Will it not occur to you that you have heard something very like it from your fond nurse when you were a baby, among the lullabies she sang to you about the towers of Lamia and the horns of the sun? Let, however, of eons, so many marriages, so many offsprings, so many exits, will that man hesitate at once to pronounce that these are the fables and endless produce such fables not without difficulty, and defend them only indirectly, who at the same time do not thoroughly instruct those whom they teach? This, of course, shows their astuteness if their lessons are disgraceful, their unkindness if they are honorable. As for us, however, who are the simple folk, we know all about it. In short, this is the very first weapon with which we are armed for our encounter. It unmasks and brings to view the whole of their depraved system, and in this we have the first augury of our victory, because even merely to point out that which is concealed with so great an outlay of artifice is to destroy it. We know, I say, most fully their actual origin, and we are quite aware why we call them Valentinians, although they affect to disavow their name. They have departed, it is true, from their founder, yet is their origin by no means destroyed, and even if it chanced to be changed, the very change bears testimony to the fact. Valentinus had expected to become a bishop because he was an able man both in genius and eloquence. Being indignant, however, that another obtained the dignity by reason of a claim which confessorship had given him, he broke with the Church of the true faith. Just like those restless spirits which, when roused by ambition, are usually inflamed with the desire of revenge, he applied himself with all his might to exterminate the truth. And reading the clue of a certain old opinion, he marked out a path for himself with the subtlety of a serpent. Ptolemaeus afterwards entered on the same path, by distinguishing the names and the numbers from God. Valentinus included these in the very sundry bypaths were then struck off therefrom by Herculean and Secundus and the magician Marcus. Theotimus worked hard about the images of the law. Valentinus, however, was as yet nowhere, and still the Valentinians derived their name from Valentinus. Axionicus at Antioch is the only man who at the present time does honor to the memory of Valentinus by keeping his rules to the full. But this heresy is permitted to fashion itself into as many various shapes as a courtesan who usually changes and adjusts her dress every day. And why not? When they review that spiritual seed of theirs in every man after this fashion, whenever they have hit upon any novelty, they forthwith call their presumption a revelation, their own perverse ingenuity a spiritual gift. But they deny all unity, admitting only diversity. And thus we clearly see that, setting aside their customary dissimulation, most of them are in a divided state, being ready to say, and that sincerely, of certain points of their belief, this is not so, and I take this in a different sense, and I do not admit that. By this variety, indeed, innovation is stamped on the very face of their rules. Into conceits. My own path, however, lies along the original tenets of their chief teachers, not with the self-appointed leaders of their promiscuous followers. Nor shall we hear it said of us from any quarter that we have of our own mind fashioned our own materials, since these have been already produced, both in respect of the opinions and their refutations, in carefully written volumes by so many eminent those who have lived before us, but those also who were contemporary with the heresiarchs themselves. For instance, Justin, philosopher and martyr; Miltiades, the sophist of the churches; Irenaeus, that very exact inquirer into all doctrines; our own Proculus, the model of chaste old age and Christian eloquence, even as in this particular one. Now, if there are no heresies at all, but what those who refute them are supposed to have fabricated, then the apostle who predicted them must have been guilty of falsehood. If, however, there are heresies, they can be no other than those which are the subject of discussion. No writer can be supposed to have so much time on his hands as to fabricate materials which are already in his possession. In order, then, that no one may be blinded by so many outlandish names collected together and adjusted at pleasure, and of doubtful import, I mean in this little work, wherein we merely undertake to propound this heretical mystery, to explain in what manner we are to use them. Now, the rendering of some of these names from the Greek so as to produce an equally obvious sense of the word is by no means an easy process. In the case of some others, the genders are not suitable, while others, again, are more familiarly known in their Greek form. For the most part, therefore, we shall use the Greek names. Their meanings will be seen on the margins of the pages. Nor will the Greek be unaccompanied with the Latin equivalents. Only these will be marked in the lines above, for the purpose of explaining the personal names, rendered necessary by the ambiguities of such of them as admit some different meaning. But although I must postpone all discussion, and be content at present with the mere exposition of the heresy, still, wherever any scandalous feature shall seem to require a castigation, it must be attacked by all means, if only with a passing thrust. Let the reader regard it as the skirmish before the battle. It will be my drift to show how to wound rather than to inflict deep gashes. If in any instance mirth be excited, in such a way as to have no gravity expended on them, vain and silly topics are met with especial fitness by laughter. Even the truth may indulge in ridicule, because it is jubilant. It may play with its enemies, because it is fearless. Only we must take care that its laughter be not unseemly, and so itself be laughed at. But wherever its mirth is decent, there it is a duty to indulge it. And so at last I enter on my task. With Aeneas, the Roman poet, he simply spoke of the spacious saloons of heaven, either on account of their elevated site, or because in Homer he had read about Jupiter banqueting therein. As for our heretics, however, it is marvelous what stories upon stories, and what heights upon heights they have hung up, raised and spread out as a dwelling for each several god of theirs. Even our Creator has had arranged for him the saloons of Aeneas in the fashion of private rooms, with chambers piled. The universe, in fact, has been turned into rooms to let. Such stories of the heavens you would imagine to be detached tenements in some happy island of the blessed, I know not where. There the god, even of the Valentinians, has his dwelling in the attics. They call him indeed, as to his essence, Ion Teleos, perfect Eon. But in respect of his personality, Pro Arche, depth, a name which is most unfit for one who dwells in the heights above. They describe him as unbegotten, immense, infinite, invisible, and eternal, as if when they described him to be such as we know that he ought to be, they straightway prove him to be a being who may be said to have had such an existence even before all things else. I indeed insist upon it that he is such a being, and that there is nothing which I detect in beings of this sort more obvious than that they who are said to have been before all things, things too not their own, are found to be behind all things. Let it, however, be granted that this mythos of theirs existed in the infinite ages of the past, in the greatest and profoundest repose, in the extreme rest of a placid, and, if I may use the expression, stupid divinity, such as Epicurus has enjoined upon us. And yet, although they would have him be alone, they assign to him a second person in himself and with himself, ennoia, thought, which they also call both charis, grace, and sie, silence. Other things, as it happened, conduced in this most agreeable repose to remind him of the need of by and by producing out of himself the beginning of all things. This he deposits in lieu of seed, in the genital region, as it were, of the womb of his suge, silence. Instantaneous conception is the result. Sige becomes pregnant and is delivered, of course, in silence, and her offspring is Nous. Alone is capable of comprehending the measureless and incomprehensible greatness of his Father. Accordingly, he is even called the Father himself, in the beginning of all things, and with great propriety, monogenes, the only begotten. And yet, not with absolute propriety, since he is born not alone, for along with him a female also proceeded, whose name was Veritas, truth. But how much more suitably might monogenes be called protogenes, first begotten, since he was begotten first? Thus Bythos and Sige, Nous, and Veritas are alleged to be the first fourfold team of the Valentinian set of gods, the parent stock and origin of them all. For immediately, when Nous received the function of a procreation of his own, he too produces out of himself Sermo, the word, and Vita, the life. If this latter existed not previously, of course she existed not in Bythos. And a pretty absurdity would it be if life existed not. So produces fruit, having for its mission the initiation of the universe and the formation of the entire pleroma, and ecclesia, the church. Thus you have an ogdoad, a double tetrad, out of the conjunctions of male and female, the cells, so to speak, of the primordial eons, the fraternal nuptials of the Valentinian gods, the simple originals of heretical sanctity and majesty, a rabble, shall I say, of criminals or of deities, at any rate, the fountain of all ulterior fecundity. For behold, Sermo and Vita, Homo and Ecclesia, had borne fruit to the Father's glory, having an intense desire of themselves to present to the Fathers something similar of their own. They bring other issue into being, conjugal, of course, as the others were, by the union of the twofold nature. On the one hand, Sermo and Vita pour out at a birth a half score of eons. On the other hand, Homo and Ecclesia produce a couple more, so furnishing an equipoise to their parents, since this pair with the other 10 make up just as many as they did themselves procreate. Now, I give to the names of the half-score whom I have mentioned, Bythios, profound, and Mixis, mixture, Ageratos, never old, and henosis, union, out of fures, essential nature, and hedone, pleasure, akinetos, immovable, and synchrasis, commixture, monogenes, only begotten, and akaria, happiness. On the other hand, these will make up the number 12, to which I have also referred. Parakletus, the comforter, and pistis, faith, patrikas, paternal, and elpis, hope, metrikos, maternal, and agape, love, ainos, praise, and synesis, intelligence, ecclesiasticus, the son of ecclesia, and makariotes, blessedness, deletus, perfect, and sophia, wisdom. I cannot help here quoting from a like example what may serve to show the import of these names. In the schools of Carthage, there was once a certain Latin rhetorician, an excessively cool fellow whose name was Phosphorus. He was personating a man of valor, and wound up with saying, I come to you, excellent citizens, from battle, with victory for myself, with happiness for you, full of honor, covered with glory, the favorite of fortune, the greatest of men, decked with triumph. And forthwith his scholars begin to shout for the school of Phosphorus. Feu, are you a believer in Fortunata, and Hedone, and Akinetus, and Theletus? Then shout out your feu for the school of Ptolemy. This must be that mystery of the Pleroma, the fullness of the 30-fold divinity. Let us see what special attributes belong to these numbers, 4 and 8 and 12. Meanwhile, with the number 30, all out of the page's hall. For why are there not sets of 50 and of 100 procreated? Why, too, are there no comrades and boon companions named for them? Inasmuch as Nous alone among them all enjoys the knowledge of and sorrow. To be sure, Nous, so far as in him lay, both wished and tried to impart to the others also all that he had learnt about the greatness and incomprehensibility of the Father, but his mother, Sige, silence, interposed. She who, you must know, imposes silence, who will have all to be inflamed with a longing after himself. Thus, while they are tormenting themselves with these internal desires, while they are burning with the secret longing to know the Father, the crime is almost accomplished. For of the 12 eons which Homo and Ecclesia had produced, the youngest by birth, never mind the solecism, since Sophia, wisdom, is her name, unable to restrain herself, breaks away without the society of her husband Theletus, in quest of the Father, and contracts that kind of sin which had indeed arisen among the others who were conversant with Nous, but had flowed on to this eon, that is, to Sophia. As is usual with maladies which, after arising in one part of the body, spread abroad their infection to some other limb. The fact is, under a pretense of love to the Father, she was overcome with a desire to rival Nous, who alone rejoiced in the knowledge of the Father. But when Sophia, straining after impossible aims, was disappointed of her hope, she is both overcome with difficulty and racked with affection. Thus she was all but swallowed up by reason of the charm and toil of her and of his substance. Nor would there have the great universe, and externally the guardian thereof. To him they gave the additional names of Crux, cross, and Lutrotes, redeemer, and Capir, and tardily persuaded, she relinquished further research after the Father, found repose, and laid aside all her for enthymesis, desire, along with the passion which had come over her. But some dreamers have given another account of the apparition and recovery of Sophia. After her vain endeavors and the disappointment of her hope, she was, I suppose, disfigured with paleness and emaciation, and that neglect of her beauty which was natural to one who was deploring the denial of the Father was an affliction which was no less painful than his loss. Then, in the midst of all this sorrow, she, by herself alone, without any conjugal help, conceived and bore a female offspring. Does this excite your surprise? Well, even the hen has the power of being able to bring forth by her own energy. They say, too, that among vultures there are only females which become parents alone. At any rate, she was another without aid from a male, and she began at last to be afraid that her end was even at hand. She was all in doubt about the treatment of her pains and self-concealment. Remedies could nowhere be found. For where then should we have tragedies and comedies from which to borrow the process of exposing what has been born without connubial modesty? While the thing is in this evil plight, she raised her eyes and turned them to the Father. Having, however, striven in vain as her strength was failing her, she falls to praying. Her entire kindred also supplicates in her behalf, and especially Nous. Why not? What was the cause of so vast an evil? Yet not a single casualty befell Sophia without its effect. It contributes to the origin of matter. Her ignorance, her fear, her distress become substances. Whereupon the Father, by and by, being moved, produces in his own image, with a view to these circumstances, the Horos whom we have mentioned above. And as he does, by means of monogenes nous, a male-female eon. They also go on to tell us that Horos is likewise called metagogius, that is, a conductor about, as well as Horostates, the setter of limits. By his assistance, they declared that Sophia was checked in her illicit courses and purified from all evils, and henceforth strengthened in virtue and restored to the conjugal state. They add that she indeed remained within the bounds of the pleroma, but that her emphasis with the accruing passion was banished by Horos and crucified and cast out from the pleroma, even as they say, malum foras, evil, out you go. Still, that was his spiritual essence, as being the natural impulse of an eon, although without form or shape, inasmuch as it had apprehended nothing, and therefore was pronounced to be an infirm and feminine fruit. Accordingly, after the banishment of the Enthymeses and the return of her mother Sophia to her husband, the illustrious Monogenes, the Nous, released indeed from all care and concern of the Father, in order that he might consolidate all things, and defend and at last fix the pleroma, and so prevent any concussion of the kind again, once more emits a new couple, blasphemously named. Thou should suppose the coupling of two males to be a very shameful thing, or else the one divinity is assigned in the case of all these, to procure a complete adjustment among the eons. Even from this fellowship in a common duty, two schools actually arise of a division in the doctrine of Valentinus. It was the function of Christ to instruct the eons in the nature of their conjugal relations. You see what the whole thing was, of course. and how to form some guess about the unbegotten, and to give them the capacity of generating within themselves the knowledge of the Father, it being impossible to catch the idea of him, or comprehend him, or in short, even monogenes, the only begotten. Well, I will even grant them what they allege about knowing the Father, so that they do not refuse us the attainment of the same. I would rather point out what is perverse in their doctrine, how they were taught that the incomprehensible part of the Father was the cause of their own perpetuity, whilst that which might be comprehended of him was the reason for their generation and formation. Now, by these several positions, the tenet, I suppose, is insinuated that it is expedient for God not to be apprehended on the very ground that the incomprehensibility of his character is the cause of perpetuity, whereas what in him is comprehensible is productive not of perpetuity, but rather of conditions which lack perpetuity, namely nativity and formation. The Son, indeed, they made capable of comprehending the Father. The manner in which he is comprehended, the recently produced Christ fully taught them. To the Holy Spirit, however, belonged these special gifts, of their earnestness to learn, should be enabled to offer up their thanksgiving and be introduced to a true tranquility. Thus they are all what each of them severally is, none being a different being, because they are all what the others are. They are all turned into nooses, into homos, into theletuses, and so in the case of females, into siges, into zoes, into ecclesias, into fortunatas, established. And being composed to rest from the truth, they celebrate the Father in a chorus of praise in the exuberance of their joy. The Father himself also reveled in the glad feeling, of course because his children and grandchildren sang so well. And why should he not revel in absolute delight? Was not the Pleroma freed from all danger? What ship's captain fails to rejoice even with the decent frolic? Every day we observe the uproarious ebullitions of sailors' joys. Therefore, as sailors always exult over the reckoning they pay in common, so do these eons enjoy a similar pleasure, one as they now all are in form, and, as I may add, in feeling too. With the concurrence of even their new brethren and masters, beautiful thing with which they are all severally adorned. Vainly, I suppose, for if they were all one by reason of the above mentioned, through equalization, there was no room for the process of a common reckoning, which for the most part consists of a pleasing variety. They all contributed to one good thing, which they all were. There would be, in all probability, a formal procedure in the mode or in the form of the very equalization in question. Accordingly, out of the donation which they contributed to the honor and glory of Father, they jointly fashioned the most beautiful constellation of the Pleroma and its perfect fruit, Jesus. Him they also surnamed Soter, Savior, and Christ, and Sermo, word, after his ancestors. And lastly, Omnia, all things, as formed from a universally culled flower, like the jay of Esau, the Pandora of Hesiod, the bowl of Assus, the honey cake of Nestor, the miscellany of Ptolemy. How much nearer the mark if these idle title-mongers had called him Pan-Carpian, after certain Athenian customs. By way of adding external honor also to their wonderful puppet, they produce for him a bodyguard of angels of like nature. they are consubstantial with Soter, for I have discovered how doubtfully the case is stated, where will be his eminence, surrounded by attendants who are co-equal with himself? In the series, then, is contained the first emanation of eons, who are alike born, and are married, and produce offspring. There are the most dangerous fortunes of Sophia in her ardent longing for the Father, the most seasonable help of Horos, the expiation of her enthymesis and accruing passion, the instruction of Christ and the Holy Spirit, their tutelar reform of the eons, the piebald ornamentation of Soter, the consubstantial retinue of the angels. All that remains, according to you, is the fall of the curtain and the clapping of hands. What remains, in my opinion, however, is that you should hear and take heed. At all events, these things are said to have been played out within the company of the Pleroma, the first scene of the tragedy. The rest of the play, however, is beyond the curtain. Outside the Pleroma. And yet, if it be such within the bosom of the Father, within the embrace of the guardian Horror, where God did not exist. Name alone must she be henceforth designated, when in the company with the vicious passion, her inseparable companion, she was expelled to the places devoid of that light, which is the substance of the Pleroma, even to the void and empty region of Epicurus. She becomes wretched also because of the place of her banishment. She is indeed without either form or feature, even an untimely and abortive production. Whilst she is in this plight, Christ descends from the heights, conducted by Horos, in order to impart form to the abortion out of his own energies, the form of substance only, but not of knowledge also. Still, she is left with some property, in order that she might, under its influence, be overcome with the desire of better things than belongs to her. Having accomplished his merciful mission, not without the assistance of the Holy Spirit, Christ returns to the Pleroma. It is usual out of an abundance of things for names to be also forthcoming. Enthymesis came from action, whence Akamoth came is still a question. Sophia emanates from the Father, the Holy Spirit from an angel. She entertains a regret for Christ immediately after she had discovered her desertion by him. Therefore, she hurried forth herself, in quest of the light of him whom she did not at all discover, as he operated in an invisible manner. For how else would she make search for his light, which was as unknown to her as he was himself? Try, however, she did, and perhaps would have found him, had not the self-same Horos, who had met her mother so opportunely, fallen in with the daughter quite as unseasonably, so as to exclaim at her, "Iao," just as we hear the cry, "Paroquiates," out of the way, Romans, or else "Fidem Caesaris," by faith of Caesar, whence, as they will have it, the name Iao comes to be found, is the Scriptures. Being thus hindered from proceeding further, being unable to surmount the cross, that is to say, Horos, because she had not yet practiced herself in the part of Catulus's Laureolus, and given over, as it were, to that passion of hers in a manifold and complicated mesh, she began to be afflicted with every impulse thereof, with sorrow, because she had not accomplished her enterprise, with fear, ignorance. But not as her mother did she suffer this, for she was an eon. Hers, however, was a worse suffering, considering her condition, for another tide of emotion still overwhelming conversion. Well now, the Pythagoreans may learn, Stoics may know, Plato himself may discover, whence matter, which they will have to be unborn, derived both its origin and substance for all this pile of the world. A mystery which not even the renowned Mercurius Trismegistus master as out of this whole life of the world, even that of the demiurge himself, our God, is said to have had its beginning. Again, you have heard of sorrow and fear. From these all other created things took their beginning, for from her tears flowed the entire mass of waters. From this circumstance, one may form an idea of the calamity which she encountered. So vast were the kinds of tears wherewith she overflowed. She had salt teardrops, she had bitter, and sweet, and ferruginous, and sulphurous, and even poisonous, so that the Nonocris exuded therefrom which killed Alexander, and the river of the Lynkestai flowed from the same source, which produced drunkenness, and the Salmacis was derived from the same source, which renders men effeminate. The rains of heaven Achamoth whimpered forth, and we on our part are anxiously employed in saving up in our cisterns the very wails and tears of another. In like manner, from the consternation and alarm of which we have also heard, bodily elements were derived. And yet, amidst so many circumstances of solitude, in this vast prospect of destitution, she occasionally smiled at the recollection of the sight of Christ, and from this smile of joy, light flashed forth. How great was this beneficence of Providence which induced her to smile, and all that we might not linger forever in the dark. Nor need you feel astonished how from her joy flowed forth for man. O illuminating smile, O irrigating tear, and yet it might now have acted as some alleviation amidst the horror of her situation, for she might have shaken off all the obscurity thereof as often as she had a mind to smile, even not to be obliged to turn suppliant to those who had deserted her. She, too, resorts to prayers after the manner of her mother. But Christ, who now felt a dislike to quit the Pleroma, appoints the Paraclete as his deputy. To her, therefore, he dispatches Soter, who must be the same as Jesus, to whom the Father imparted the him, so that by him, as the Apostle says, all things were created, with a retinue and a cortege of contemporary angels, and, as one may suppose, with the dozen fasces. Hereupon, Achamoth, being quite struck with the pomp of his approach, immediately covered herself with a veil, moved at first with a dutiful feeling of veneration and modesty, but afterwards she surveys him calmly in his prolific equipage. With such energies as she had derived from the contemplation, she meets him with the salutation, Kyrie, Kyrie, hail, Lord. Upon this, I suppose, he receives her, confirms and conforms her in knowledge, as well as cleanses her from all the outrages of passion, without, however, utterly severing them, with an indiscriminateness like that which had happened in the casualties which befell her mother. Such vices as had become inveterate and confirmed by practice, he throws together, and when he had consolidated them in one mass, he fixes them in a separate body, extracting out of her inherent incorporeal passion such an attitude of nature as might qualify it to attain to a reciprocity of bodily substances which should emulate one another, so that a twofold condition of the substances might be arranged. One full of evil through its faults, the other susceptible of passion from conversion. Teach that God made all things out of matter, not out of nothing. Then Achamoth, delivered at length from all her evils, wonderful to tell, goes on and bears fruit with greater results. For warmed with the joy of so great an escape from her unhappy condition, and at the same time heated with the actual contemplation of the angelic luminaries, one is ashamed to use such language, but there is no other way of expressing one's meaning. She, during the emotion, somehow became personally inflamed with desire towards them, and at once grew pregnant with a spiritual conception, at the very image of which the violence of her joyous transport and the delight of her prurient excitement had imbibed and impressed upon her. She at length gave birth to an offspring, and then there arose a leash of natures, from a triad of causes, one material, arising from her passion, another animal, arising from her conversion, the third, spiritual, which had its origin in her imagination. Efficient in practical conduct by the authority which, we may well suppose, accrued to her from her three children, she determined to impart form to each of the natures. The spiritual one, however, she was unable to touch, inasmuch as she was herself spiritual. For a participation in the same nature has, to a very great extent, disqualified like and consubstantial beings from having superior power over one another. Therefore, she applies herself solely to the animal nature, adducing the instructions of Soter for her guidance. And first of all, she does what cannot be described and read and heard of without an intense horror at the blasphemy thereof. She produces this God of ours, the God of all, except of the heretics, the Father, for from him do they proceed. If, however, they proceed from him, and not rather from Achamoth, or if only secretly from her without his perceiving her, he was impelled to all that he did, even like a puppet which is moved from the outside. In fact, it was owing to this very ambiguity about the personal agency in the works which were done that they coined for him the mixed name of Motherly Father, whilst his other appellations were distinctly assigned according to the conditions and positions of his works, so that they call him Father in relation to the animal substances to which they give the place of honor on his right hand, whereas in respect to the material substances which they banish to his left hand, they name him Demiurgus, whilst his title King designates his authority over both classes, nay, over the universe. And yet there is not an agreement between the propriety of the names and that of the works from which all the names are suggested, since all of them turned out that they were not made by her. The eons, they yet transferred this work to Soter as its author, when they say that he operated through as the image which was unknown and invisible to the demiurge, whilst he formed the same demiurge in imitation of Nous, the son of Propator, and whilst the archangels, who were the work of the demiurge, resembled the other eons. Now, when I hear of such images of the three, I ask, do you not wish me to laugh at these pictures of their most extravagant painter, at the female Achamoth, a picture of the father, at the demiurge, ignorant of his mother, much more so of his father, that the picture similes of their lords. This is painting a mule from an ass and sketching Ptolemy from Valentinus. The demiurge, therefore, placed as he was without the limits of the Pleroma, in the ignominious solitude of his eternal exile, founded a new empire, this world of ours, by clearing away the confusion and distinguishing the difference between the two substances which severally constituted it, the animal and the material. Out of the incorporeal elements, he constructs bodies, heavy, light, erect and stooping, celestial and green. He then completes the sevenfold stages of heaven itself, with his own throne above all, whence he had the additional name of Sabatum, from the hebdomadal nature of his abode. His mother, Achamoth, too, had the title of Ogdoada, after the precedent of the primeval Ogdoada. These heavens, however, they consider to be intelligent, and sometimes they make angels of them, as indeed they do of the demiurge himself. As also they call paradise the fourth archangel, because they fix it above the third heaven, of the power of which Adam partook when he sojourned there amidst its fleecy clouds and shrubs. Ptolemy remembered perfectly well the prattle of his boyhood, that apples grew in the sea and fishes on the tree. After the same fashion, he assumed that nut trees flourished in and therefore, perhaps, he is unaware that trees ought to be planted only in the ground. It is just the fact, since she was actually executing her own operation. But whilst building up which proclaimed him at once to be father, god, and king before the conceits of the Valentinians, why she refused to let them be known even to him is a question which I shall ask afterwards. Meanwhile, you must believe that Sophia has the surnames of Earth and of Mother. Mother Earth, of course, and what may excite your laughter still more heartily, even Holy Spirit. In this way, they have conferred all honor on that female. I suppose even a beard, not to say other things. Besides, the demiurge had so little mastery of approach spiritual essences, constituted as he was of animal elements, that, imagining himself to be the only being, he uttered this soliloquy: I am God, and beside me there is none else. Isaiah 46:9. But for all that, he at least was aware that he had not himself existed before. He understood, therefore, that he had been created, and that there must be a creator of a creature of some sort or other. How happens it, then, that he seems to himself to be the only being, notwithstanding his uncertainty, and although he had, at any rate, some suspicion of the existence of some creator? The odium felt amongst them against the devil is the more excusable, even because the peculiarly sordid character of his origin justifies it. For he is supposed by them to have had his origin in that criminal excess of her sorrow, from which they also derived the birth of the angels and demons and all the wicked spirits. Yet they affirm that the devil is the work of the demiurge, and they call him Mundi Tenens, the ruler of the world, and maintain that, as he is of a spiritual nature, he has a better knowledge of the things above than the demiurge, an animal which all heresies provide him with. Their most eminent powers, moreover, this presides the tricenary Pleroma. Horos marking off its boundary line. Beneath it, Achamoth occupies the intermediate space for her abode, heading down her son. For under her comes the demiurge in his own hebdomad, or rather the devil, sojourning in this world in common with ourselves, formed, as has been said above, of the same elements and the same body, out of the most profitable calamities of Sophia. Inasmuch as, if it had not been for these, our spirit would have had no place for inhaling and ejecting air. That delicate vest of all corporal creatures, that revealed madness of Sophia had not filtered it, just as her fear did the animal existence, and her conversion, the demiurge himself. Since they have not as yet explained to us the original sensation of this in Sophia, I will on my own responsibility conjecture that its spark was struck out of the delicate emotions of her feverish grief. For you may be quite sure that, amidst all her vexations, she must have had quite a good deal of fever. Such being their conceits respecting God, or, if you like, after he had made the world, the demiurge turns his hands to man, and chooses for him as his substance not any portion of the dry land, as they say, of which alone we have a knowledge, although it was, at that time, not yet dried by the waters becoming separated from the earthly residuum, and only afterwards became dry, but of the invisible substance of that matter, which philosophy indeed dreams of, from its fluid and fusible composition, the origin of which I am unable to imagine, because it exists nowhere. Now, since fluidity and fusibility are qualities of liquid matter, and since everything liquid flowed from Sophia's tears, we must, as a necessary conclusion, believe that muddy earth is constituted of Sophia's eye rooms and viscid discharges, which are as much the dregs of tears as mud is the sediment of waters. Thus does the demiurge mold man. He will therefore be both material and animal, a fourfold being. For in respect of his image, he must be deemed clayey, that is to say, material, although the demiurge is not composed of matter. But as to his likeness, he is animal, for such too is the demi-flesh. Flesh was, as they allege, afterwards placed over the clayey substratum, and it is this tunic of skin which is susceptible to sensation. In Achamoth, moreover, is substance, and Achamoth herself had carefully severed off the same quality and implanted it in her son, the demiurge, although he was actually unconscious of it. It is for you to imagine the industry of this clandestine arrangement. For to this end had she deposited and concealed this germ, that whenever the demiurge came to impart life to Adam by his inbreathing, he might at the same time draw off from the vital principle the spiritual seed, and, as by a pipe, inject it into the clayey nature, in order that, being then fecundated in the material, it might be found fit for one day receiving the perfect word. When, therefore, the demiurge commits to Adam the transmission of his own inserted by his breath, and at the same time introduced into the body, because the demiurge knew no more about his mother's seed than about herself. To this seed they gave the name of ecclesia, the church, the mirror of the church above, and the perfection of man. Tracing this perfection from Achamoth, just as they do the animal nature from the demiurge, the clayey material of the body they derive from the primordial substance, the flesh from matter, so that you have a new Geryon here, only a fourfold rather than a threefold monster. In like manner, they assign to each of them a separate end. To the material, that is to say, the carnal nature, which they also called the left-handed, they assign undoubted destruction, issue inasmuch as it oscillates between the material and the spiritual, and is sure to fall at last on the side to which it has mainly gravitated. As regards the spiritual, however, they say that it enters into the formation of an animal, in order that it may be educated in company with it and be disciplined by repeated intercourse with it. For the animal nature was in want of training, even by the senses. For this purpose, accordingly, was the whole structure of the world provided. For this purpose also did Soter, the Savior, present himself in the world, even for the salvation of the animal nature. By yet another arrangement, they will have it that he, in some prodigious way, clothed himself with the primary portions of those substances, the whole of which he was going to restore to salvation, in such wise that he assumed the spiritual nature from Achamoth, while he derived the animal being Christ from the demiurge. His corporal substance, however, which was constructed of an animal nature, only with wonderful and indescribable skill, he wore for a dispensational purpose, in order that he might, in spite of his own unwillingness, be capable of meeting persons, and of being seen and touched by them, and even of dying. But there was nothing material assumed by him, inasmuch as that was incapable of salvation, as if he could possibly have been more required by any others than by those who were in want of his salvation. And all this, in order that, by severing the condition of our flesh from Christ, they may also deprive it of the hope of salvation. I adduce what they say concerning Christ, upon whom some of them engraft Jesus with so much license that they foist into him a spiritual seed together with an animal inflatus. Indeed, I will not undertake to describe the gods. Even the demiurge has a Christ of his own, his natural son. An animal, in short, produced by himself, proclaimed by the prophets, his position being one which must be decided by prepositions. In other words, he was produced by means of a virgin rather than of a virgin, on the ground that, having descended into the virgin rather in the manner of a passage through her than of a birth by her, he came into existence through her, not of her, not experiencing a mother in her, but nothing more than a way. Upon this same Christ, therefore, so they say, Jesus descended in the sacrament of baptism, in the likeness of a dove. Moreover, there was even in Christ accruing from Achamoth the condiment of a spiritual seed, in order, of course, to prevent the corruption of all tread. They guard him with 4 substances: the spiritual one of Achamoth, the animal one of the demiurge, the corporal one, which cannot be described, and that of Soter, or, in other phrase, the Columbine. As for Soter, Jesus, he remained in Christ to the last, impassible, incapable of injury, incapable of apprehension. By and by, when it came to a question of capture, he departed from him during the examination before Pilate. In like manner, his mother's seed did not admit being injured, being equally exempt from all manner of outrage, and being undiscovered even by the demiurge himself. The animal and carnal Christ, however, does suffer after the fashion of the superior Christ, who, for the purpose of producing Achamoth, had been stretched upon the cross, that is, horos, in a substantial, though not cognizable form. In this manner did they reduce all things to mere images, Christians themselves being indeed nothing but imaginary beings. Meanwhile, the demiurge, being still ignorant of everything, although he will actually have to make some announcement himself by the prophets, but is quite incapable of even this part of his duty, because they divide authority over the prophets between Achamoth, the seed, and the demiurge, no sooner heard of the advent of Soter, Savior, than he runs to him with haste and joy, and with all his might, like the centurion in the gospel. And being enlightened by him on all points, he learns from him also of his own prospect, how he is to succeed to his mother's place. Being thenceforth free from all care, he carries on the administration of this world, mainly under the plea of protecting the church, for as long a time as may be necessary and proper, concerning the dispensation of the whole human race. Having at first stated their views as to man's threefold nature, which was, however, to divide it into three, with their especial characteristics, finding opportunity for such distinction in the posterity of Adam himself, in which occurs a threefold division as to the moral differences. Cain and Abel and Seth, who were in a certain sense the sources of the human race, nature and essential character. The material nature, which had become reprobate for salvation, they assigned to Cain. The animal nature, which was poised between divergent hopes, they find in Abel. The spiritual, preordained for certain salvation, they store up in Seth. In this way also, they make a twofold division among souls, as to their property of good and evil, according to the material condition derived from Cain, or the animal from Abel. Men's spiritual state they derive over and above the other conditions from Seth, adventitiously, not in the way of nature, but of grace, in such wise that Achamoth infuses it among superior beings, like rain into good souls, that is, those who are enrolled in the animal class. Whereas the material class, in other words, those which are bad souls, they say, never receive blessings of salvation, change or reform in its natural condition. This grain, then, of spiritual seed is modest and very small when cast from her hand, but under her instruction increases and advances into full conviction, every account, so much excelled all others that the demiurge even then in his ignorance in great esteem. For it was from their list that he had been accustomed to select men for kings and for priests, and these even now, if they have once attained to a full and complete knowledge of these foolish conceits of theirs, since they are already naturalized in the fraternal bond of the spiritual state, will obtain a sure salvation, nay, one which is on all accounts their due. For this reason it is that they neither regard works as necessary for themselves, nor do they observe any of the calls of duty, eluding who are of an imperfect nature, is imprinted the mark of this animal seed, because we are reckoned as sprung from the loaves of Thaletus, and consequently as an abortion, just as their mother was. But woe to us indeed, should we in any discipline, should we grow dull in the works of holiness and justice, should we desire to make our confession anywhere else, I know not where, however, they may prove their nobility by the dissoluteness of their life and their diligence in sin, since Achamoth fawns on them as her own, for she, too, found sin no unprofitable pursuit. Now it is held among them that, for the purpose of honoring the celestial marriages, it is necessary to contemplate and celebrate the mystery always by cleaving to a companion, that is, to a woman. Otherwise, they account any man degenerate and bastard to the truth, who spends his life in the world without loving a woman or uniting himself to her. Then what is to become? It remains that we say something about the end of the world and the dispensing of reward. As soon as Achamoth has completed the full harvest of her seed, and has then proceeded to gather it into her garner, will the end speedily come. Then to begin with, Akamoth herself removes from the middle region, from the second stage to the highest, since she is restored to the Pleroma. She is immediately received by that paragon of perfection, Soter, as her spouse, of course, and they afterward consummate new nuptials. This must be the spouse of the scripture, the Pleroma of espousals. For you might suppose that the Julian laws were interposing, since there are these migrations from place to place. In like manner, the Demiurge, too, will then change the scene of his abode from the celestial Heptamad to the higher regions, to his mother's now vacant saloon. By this time knowing her, without however seeing her. A happy coincidence, for if he had caught a glance of her, he would have preferred never to have known her. As for the human race, its end will be to the following effect. To all which bear the earthly and material mark, there accrues, because all flesh is grass. Isaiah 46. And among these is the soul of moral man, except when it has found salvation by faith. The souls of just men, that is to say, our souls, will be conveyed to the Demiurge in the abodes of the middle region. We are duly thankful. We shall be content to be classed with our God, in whom lies our own origin. Into the palace of the Pleroma, nothing of the animal nature is admitted. Nothing but the spiritual swarm of Valentinus. There, then, the first process is the despoiling of men themselves, that is, men within the Pleroma. Now, this despoiling consists of the putting off of the souls in which they appear to be clothed, which they will give back to their demiurge as they had obtained them from him. They will then become wholly intellectual spirits, impalpable, invisible, and in this state will be readmitted invisibly to the Pleroma, stealthily if the case admits of the idea. What then? They will be dispersed amongst the angels, the attendants on Soter. As sons, do you suppose? Not at all. As servants, then? Nope, not even so. Of brides. Then will they end their Sabine rapes with the sanction of wedlock. This will be the guardian of the spiritual. This the recompense of their faith. Such fables with a beard and such like proofs of virility, it may be a stern husband, a father, a grandfather. You may perhaps in the bridal chamber of the Pleroma, I have already said so tacitly, even become the parent. For the right celebration of these nuptials, instead of the torch and veil, I suppose that secret fire is then to burst forth, which, after devastating the whole existence of things, is to nothing at last, after everything has been reduced to ashes. And so their fable, too, will be ended. But I, too, am no doubt a rash man in having exposed so great a mystery in so derisive a way. I ought to be afraid that Akamoth, who did not choose to make herself known even to her own son, would turn mad, that Theletus would be enraged, that Fortune would be irritated. But I am yet a liege man of the Demiurge. I have to return after death to the place where there is no more giving in marriage, where I have to be clothed upon rather than to be despoiled, where, even if I am despoiled of my sex, I am classed with angels, not a male angel nor a female one. But I am yet a liege man of the Demiurge. I have to return after death to the place where there is no more, where I have to be clothed upon rather than to be despoiled, where, even if I am despoiled of my sex, I am classed with angels, not a male angel nor a female one. There will be no one to do aught against me. nor will they then find any male energy in me. I shall now at last produce, by way of finale, after so long a story, those points which, not to interrupt the course of it, and by the interruption distract the reader's attention, I have preferred reserving to this place. They have been variously advanced by those who have improved on the doctrines of Ptolemy, for there have been in this school disciples of their master, who have attributed to their own Pythos 2 wives, cogitatio, thought, and voluntas, will, for cogitatio alone was not sufficient wherewith to produce any offspring, although from the 2 wives procreation was most easy to him. The former bore him monogenes, only begotten, and veritas, truth. Veritas was a female after the likeness of cogitatio. Monogenes, a male bearing a resemblance to voluntas. For it is the strength of voluntas which procures the masculine nature, inasmuch as she affords efficiency to cogitatio. Others of purer mind, mindful of the honor of a deity, have, for the purpose of freeing him from the discredit of even single wedlock, preferred assigning no sex whatsoever to Pythos, and therefore, very likely, they talk of this deity in the neuter gender rather than this god. Others, again, on the other hand, speak of him as both masculine and feminine, so that the worthy chronicler Fenestella must not suppose that a hermaphrodite was only to be found among the good people of Luna. There are some who do not claim the first place for Pythos, but only a lower one. They put their Ogdoad in the foremost rank, itself, however, derived from a tetrad, but under different names. For they put proarche before the beginning first, anenoetos, inconceivable, second, aretos, indescribable, third, auratos, invisible, fourth. Then, after proarche, they say arche, beginning, came forth and occupied the first, incomprehensible, in the second and sixth place. From aretos came anamastos, nameless. Eons should be born in 2 places, and that, too, at such intervals, I prefer to be ignorant of than to be informed. For what can be right in a system which is propounded with such absurd particulars? How much more sensible are they who, rejecting all this tiresome nonsense, have refused to believe that any one eon has descended from another by steps like these, which are really neither more nor less Gemonian, but that on a given signal, the 8th-fold emanation, of which we have heard, issues all at once from the Father and his Ennoia, thought, that it is in fact from his mere motion that they gain their designation. When, as they say, he thought of producing offspring, he, on that account, gained the name of Father. After producing, because the issue which he produced was true, that account was announced as man. Those, moreover, whom he preconceived in his thought when he produced them, were then designated the Church. As man, he uttered his word, and so this word is his first begotten Son. And to the word, however, the whole of this tiresome story is utterly poor and weak. Now listen to some other buffooneries of a master who is a great swell among them, unbelievable and indescribable, and neotes, solitude. With this was associated another power, to which also I give the name of henotes, unity. Now, inasmuch as monotes and henotes, that is to say, solitude and union, were only one being, they produced, and yet not in the way of production, the intellectual, inaccessible, invisible beginning of all things, which human language has called monad. This has inherent in itself a consubstantial force which it calls unity. These powers, accordingly, solitude or solitariness and unity or union propagated all the other emanations of the eons. Wonderful distinction, to be sure. Whatever change union and unity may undergo, solitariness and solitude is profoundly supreme. Whatever designation you give to the power, it is one and the same. Secundus is a trifle more human, as he is briefer. He divides the ogdoad into a pair of tetrads, a right-hand one and a left-hand one light and the other darkness. Only he is unwilling to derive the power which apostatized and fell away from any one of the eons, but from the fruits which issued from their substance. Now, concerning even the Lord Jesus, into how great a diversity of opinion are they divided? One party form him of the blossoms of all the eons, another party will have it that he's made up only of those 10 whom the Word and the Life produced, from which circumstance the titles of Word and Life were suitably transferred to him. Others, again, that he rather sprang from the 12, the offspring of man and the Church, and therefore, they say, he was a designated Son of Man, and the Holy Spirit, who have to provide for the establishment of the universe, and that he inherits by right his Father's appellation. Some there are who have imagined that another origin must be found for the title Son of Man, for they have the presumption to call the Father himself man, by reason of the profound mystery of this title. So that what can you hope for more ample concerning faith in that God, with whom you are now yourself on par? Such conceits are constantly cropping out amongst them, from the redundance of their mother's seed. And so it happens that the doctrines which have grown up among the Valentinians have already extended their rank growth to the woods of the Gnostics. End of Against the Valentinians by Tertullian. Translated by Alexander Roberts, 1885. Read by Dan Luttrell. If you would like to support more work such as this, please visit patreon.com/themodernhermeticist. And above